Welcome to Sheriff Files. Please like the video, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where are you watching from tonight. Get comfortable, relax, and let's begin. The screen said turn right. There was no road. But I turned anyway. Now, before you go thinking I'd lost my mind after 37 years wearing the badge in Millbrook County, let me tell you something about GPS units and small towns that time forgot. They don't play nice together. Haven't since the day some city engineer decided our backwoods needed electronic guidance through territory that's been the same since before the Civil War. But this wasn't about faulty satellites or outdated mapping software. This was about something else entirely. Something that still makes my coffee taste like copper pennies when I think about it too long. It started on a Tuesday in September, the kind of day when the air sits heavy and still, like the whole world's holding its breath. I'd been sheriff for going on 4 decades by then, seen every flavor of trouble a small town can cook up. Domestic disputes that spilled into the street with shotguns and broken bottles. Kids dealing meth behind the old textile mill that's been boarded up since Reagan was president. The occasional body floating in Mercy Creek after too much whiskey and too little sense. But I'd never seen anything like what walked into my office that afternoon. She was maybe 25, with that pale, drawn look of someone who hadn't slept in days. City clothes, the kind that cost more than most folks in Millbrook make in a month. Her hands shook when she placed them flat on my desk, and I could see she'd been biting her nails down to the quick. "My boyfriend," she said, and her voice had that hollow quality you hear in trauma survivors. "He's missing." Missing persons weren't unusual. Millbrook sits at the intersection of 3 state highways, and we get our share of folks who decide they've had enough of whatever life they were living and just keep driving. Most turn up in Atlanta or Nashville, starting fresh with new names and old regrets. "When did you last see him?" I asked, pulling out the standard forms. 3 days ago. We were driving through, heading to Charlotte. The GPS told us to turn." She fumbled with her phone, an expensive-looking thing with a cracked screen. The Maps app was still open, showing our location as a blue dot surrounded by green space and thin white lines that represented roads I'd traveled since I was old enough to see over a steering wheel. "There," she said, pointing to a spot about 15 miles east of town. "It said to turn right there, off Highway 47. Said it was a shortcut." I knew Highway 47 like I knew my own heartbeat. Every curve, every pothole, every place where the asphalt crumbled into gravel shoulders. There was no right turn 15 miles east. Nothing but pine forest and the kind of steep ridgeline that would challenge a mountain goat. "Miss," I paused, realizing she hadn't given me her name. "Sarah. Sarah Chin." "Miss Chin, I've been driving that stretch of road since before you were born. There's no turn off there." She stared at me with the kind of desperate intensity that made my chest tighten. That's what I told him. But the GPS kept insisting. "Turn right in 50 feet. Turn right in 20 feet. And then..." She swallowed hard. "And then there was a road." The first rule of police work is that people lie. Not always maliciously, and not always on purpose, but memory is a fragile thing, especially when fear gets involved. Still, something in her voice made me reach for my keys instead of the standard missing person questionnaire. "Show me," I said. We took my cruiser, a Crown Vic that had seen better decades but still ran true. Sarah sat in the passenger seat, gripping her phone like a lifeline, watching the GPS recalculate our route every few seconds as if the roads themselves were shifting beneath us. Highway 47 cuts through some of the loneliest country in 3 counties. Pine trees crowd right up to the asphalt on both sides, creating a tunnel of green that blocks out most of the sky. Cell service is spotty at best, and the only signs of civilization are the occasional mailbox marking some hidden driveway that disappears into the forest. There, Sarah said suddenly. Right there. I slowed the cruiser to a crawl. To the right was exactly what I expected, an unbroken wall of pine trees, thick undergrowth, and the kind of terrain that would swallow a vehicle whole if you were fool enough to try driving through it. I don't see. Look at the GPS. I glanced at her phone screen and felt something cold settle in my stomach. The blue dot showing our location sat at an intersection. According to the map, there should be a road branching off to the right, a thin white line that curved away into unmarked territory before disappearing off the edge of the screen. Must be a glitch, I said, but my voice sounded hollow even to my own ears. Sarah's laugh was bitter. That's what Michael said. Right up until he put the car in park and walked over to look. I pulled off onto the narrow shoulder and cut the engine. The silence that followed was complete. No traffic, no birds, not even the whisper of wind through the trees. Just the kind of absolute quiet that makes you aware of your own breathing, your own heartbeat, the small sounds your body makes that you usually never notice. He walked right up to where the trees were, Sarah continued, and then he just stepped sideways. Like there was something there I couldn't see. 1 second he was standing on the shoulder of the highway, and the next he was 20 feet away, waving at me through what looked like empty air. I climbed out of the cruiser and approached the tree line. The forest floor was thick with pine needles and fallen leaves, undisturbed except for the normal signs of small animals and weather. No footprints. No broken branches. No indication that anyone had passed this way in months, maybe years. But Sarah's phone still showed that intersection. Still showed that road. He called out to me, she said from the passenger seat. Said there was a paved road, brand new asphalt, with painted lines and everything. Said it looked like it had been built yesterday. I walked the entire length of the tree line for 50 yards in each direction. Nothing. Just pine trees and underbrush, and the kind of dense forest that takes decades to establish. If there had ever been a road through here, there would be signs. Cleared land doesn't just disappear. Trees don't grow back overnight. What happened then? I asked when I returned to the car. He got back in the car and said we should follow it. See where it went. Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. I told him it was crazy. Told him we should stick to the highway. But he was already turning the wheel. And we turned. Right through what looked like solid trees. I had my eyes closed. I thought we were going to crash. But when I opened them, she shuddered. We were on a road. A perfect, brand new road cutting straight through forest that shouldn't have been there. The rational part of my mind, the part that had served me well through 4 decades of law enforcement, wanted to dismiss her story as trauma-induced hallucination or outright fabrication. People went missing for mundane reasons. They had fights with their partners, money troubles, family problems. They didn't vanish into roads that existed only on GPS screens. But I'd lived in Millbrook County my entire life, and I knew there were things in these hills that didn't fit into neat categories. Stories passed down through generations of families who learned to avoid certain places at certain times. Hunters who came back talking about clearings that weren't there the next day. Hikers who swore they'd followed marked trails that led to places not found on any map. The old-timers had names for such things. They called them thin places, spots where the normal rules didn't quite apply, where the boundary between what was and what might be became permeable. Most folks dismissed such talk as superstition, but most folks didn't spend their nights driving the back roads, seeing the things that happened when the sun went down and the familiar world loosened its grip. How far did you drive? I asked. Maybe 10 miles. The road was perfect, smoother than any highway I'd ever been on. But there was something wrong with the forest on either side. The trees were too uniform, like they'd been planted in rows. And they were the wrong color. Not brown and green like normal trees, but kind of gray, like they were covered in ash. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Did you see any signs? Mile markers? Anything to indicate where you were? Nothing. Just the road and those gray trees. And the silence. Michael had the radio on when we started, but as soon as we made the turn, it went to static. Then nothing at all, like the car's electrical system had just died. Static. Electronics failing. The familiar symptoms of something beyond normal experience. I'd heard similar stories from truckers who claimed to have driven through time slips on I-40, coming out hours later with no memory of the journey and fuel gauges that showed impossible readings. Where did the road lead? Sarah's composure finally cracked. Tears started flowing down her cheeks, and her voice became ragged. It didn't lead anywhere. After about 10 miles, it just ended. Not like construction was incomplete, but like the road just ceased to exist. 1 second we were driving on perfect asphalt, and the next we were heading straight for a wall of those gray trees. What did you do? Michael hit the brakes. We stopped maybe 20 feet from the tree line. And that's when we realized we couldn't turn around. Why not? Because when we looked back, the road behind us was gone too. We were sitting in a car in the middle of a forest clearing, surrounded by those dead-looking trees, with no way forward and no way back. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees as she spoke. I found myself glancing at the tree line beside us, half expecting to see gray bark and ash-covered branches instead of the familiar green of living pines. How long were you stranded? I don't know. Time felt wrong. Like it was moving too slowly, or maybe too fast. Michael kept checking his watch, but the hands weren't moving. My phone showed the same time for what felt like hours. Time distortion. Another classic sign. I'd read reports from other law enforcement agencies about similar phenomena. Cases where people claimed to have experienced hours or days in places that couldn't be found again, returning to discover that only minutes had passed in the real world. Or sometimes the reverse, vanishing for what felt like brief moments, only to reappear days later with no memory of where they'd been. Michael got out of the car. Sarah continued. Said he was going to look for a way out. I begged him not to leave me alone, but he was scared, and when people get scared they sometimes do stupid things. Did he find anything? He walked to the edge of the clearing and called back that he could see something through the trees. Said it looked like buildings. Old buildings, like a town or something. My blood went cold. There were no towns in the direction she was describing. The nearest settlement was Millbrook itself, 20 miles in the opposite direction. Beyond that, nothing but state forest and federal wilderness areas that stretched for hundreds of miles. He said he was going to take a closer look. Just for a few minutes. I watched him disappear into those gray trees and... She sobbed. And I never saw him again. How did you get out? I don't know. I waited for hours, or what felt like hours. Kept calling his name, but the forest just swallowed up my voice. Then I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I remember, I was waking up in the car on the shoulder of Highway 47, right here where we're sitting now. I looked at her GPS screen again. The intersection was still there, that impossible road still showing as a thin white line disappearing into unmapped territory. But now there was something else, a small icon I hadn't noticed before. A car symbol, positioned maybe 8 miles down that non-existent road. Is that Michael's car? Sarah whispered. It's been showing there since I woke up. Not moving. just sitting there. The smart thing would have been to take Sarah back to town, file a missing person report, and let the state police handle whatever came next. Get search and rescue involved, bring in helicopters and tracking dogs and all the modern tools we use to find people who disappear in the wilderness. But I knew those tools wouldn't help here. You can't search for someone in a place that doesn't exist. You can't track footprints on roads that only show up on GPS screens. And you can't rescue someone from thin places using thick world methods. Instead, I did something that probably violated every protocol in the book. I started the cruiser and pulled back onto Highway 47. "What are you doing?" Sarah asked. "My job," I said. "Finding missing people." I drove slowly, watching both the road ahead and Sarah's GPS screen. The intersection remained constant on the map, that white line branching off into impossibility. And as we approached the spot where Sarah claimed to have seen her boyfriend disappear, something changed. The air grew thicker, like breathing through wet cotton. The familiar sounds of the forest, insects buzzing, leaves rustling, the distant call of crows, faded to nothing. Even the engine noise from my cruiser seemed muffled, as if the sound were being absorbed by something invisible. "There," Sarah said, pointing to a spot that looked exactly like every other piece of roadside forest we passed. "Right there." I stopped the car and stared at the treeling. Pine trees, undergrowth, the normal chaos of unmanaged forest. But now, if I looked at it just right, not directly, but from the corner of my eye, I could almost see something else. A gap in the trees that shouldn't be there. A straight line cutting through the forest where no straight lines should exist. "You see it too?" Sarah said. It wasn't a question. I nodded slowly. The road was there, hiding in the spaces between what was real and what was possible, waiting for someone foolish enough to acknowledge its existence. "Stay in the car," I told her. "You can't go in there. You'll disappear just like Michael." Maybe she was right. Maybe the smart thing was to call for backup, bring in experts who understood things I'd spent 40 years trying not to think about. But I'd taken an oath to serve and protect, and that oath didn't come with exceptions for impossible situations. I climbed out of the cruiser and walked toward the treeling. With each step, the hidden road became clearer, more solid. What had been glimpsed from the corner of my eye gradually shifted into direct vision, smooth asphalt cutting through forests that looked increasingly wrong. The trees weren't quite the right species. The underbrush was too sparse, too uniform. And everything was covered in that gray pallor Sarah had described, as if all the color had been leached out of the world. I looked back at my cruiser. Sarah sat in the passenger seat, her face pressed against the window, mouth moving as if she were shouting. But I couldn't hear her voice. The silence was complete, absolute, like being underwater or buried alive. The road stretched ahead, disappearing around a curve maybe half a mile away. Perfect asphalt with crisp yellow lines, as if it had been paved yesterday. My boots made no sound as I walked, and I realized I couldn't hear my own breathing or heartbeat. The silence wasn't just external, it was inside me too. I'd gone maybe a quarter mile when I saw the car. It was a late-model sedan, silver, sitting crossways in the road as if it had been abandoned in a hurry. The driver's door hung open, and I could see personal belongings scattered across the pavement. A wallet, car keys, a cell phone with its screen cracked. But no sign of Michael. I approached the vehicle carefully, hand resting on the grip of my service weapon out of instinct rather than any rational threat assessment. The car was clean, no sign of violence or struggle. The engine was cold, though that didn't necessarily mean anything in a place where time seemed negotiable. Inside the car, I found a road atlas open to a page showing our county. Someone had drawn a route in red ink, starting from Highway 47 and following what appeared to be the hidden road I was now standing on. The route led east for several miles before ending at a symbol that looked like a small town, a cluster of squares representing buildings, with a name written beside it in careful block letters. Millbrook. But that was impossible. Millbrook was 20 miles west of here, and the town had been established in 1887. I'd seen the historical records, the old photographs, the surveyor's maps from when the railroad came through. There had never been another Millbrook, certainly not in this direction. I folded the atlas and slipped it into my jacket pocket. Whatever Michael had found out here, it was connected to our town in ways I didn't understand. And if there were answers to be found, they were probably at the end of this impossible road. The walk took longer than it should have. Distance seemed elastic here, stretching and compressing based on rules I couldn't grasp. Sometimes I felt like I was making good time, covering ground quickly. Other times I'd walk for what felt like hours only to look back and see my cruiser still visible through the trees. But eventually, the road crested a low hill, and I saw what Michael must have seen. Buildings. Old ones, arranged around what looked like a town square. Victorian architecture, mostly, with the kind of ornate woodwork and steep-pitched roofs that spoke of late 19th century prosperity. Gas lamps lined streets that were paved with brick instead of asphalt. And everything was that same gray color, as if the entire place had been dipped in ash. It looked exactly like the old photographs of Millbrook I'd seen in the Historical Society. The ones taken before the fire of 1923 destroyed most of the original downtown. Buildings that had been lost for nearly a century stood here in perfect preservation, down to the hand-painted signs advertising businesses that had closed before my grandfather was born. But there was something wrong with the perspective. The buildings seemed too tall, too narrow, as if they'd been stretched upward. The windows were dark, not with the simple absence of light but with a quality of darkness that seemed to absorb illumination. And despite the apparent preservation, there was no sense of life here. No movement behind those windows, no sounds from the streets, no signs that this place had ever been anything more than an elaborate stage set. I walked down what would have been Main Street in the original Millbrook, past the old general store and the bank and the hotel that had once been the pride of the county. My footsteps echoed strangely, as if the sound were being reflected back from surfaces that weren't quite there. In the center of the town square stood a statue I recognized from old postcards, a Civil War memorial dedicated to the young men of Millbrook who had died at Antietam and Gettysburg. But this version was wrong somehow. The bronze soldier atop the monument was facing the wrong direction, and the names carved into its base were different from the ones I remembered. I pulled out my notebook and started copying down the names, but as I wrote, the letters seemed to shift and change on the bronze surface. What had appeared to be Jonathan McKenna became Jonathan Miller, then Jonathan Matthews, then something else entirely. The memorial was rewriting itself even as I watched. That's when I heard the voice. "Sheriff?" I spun around, hand moving instinctively toward my weapon. A man stood at the edge of the square, maybe 30 years old, wearing clothes that belonged to Sarah's missing boyfriend. He looked exactly as she had described him, average height, dark hair, the kind of unremarkable appearance that would make him easy to overlook in a crowd. But his eyes were wrong. They held the same quality of darkness as the windows of the surrounding buildings, as if whatever looked out through them wasn't entirely human anymore. "Michael?" I called. He nodded and walked toward me with movements that were slightly too fluid, too coordinated. Like a marionette being operated by an expert puppeteer. "I've been waiting for you," he said, and his voice carried harmonics that human vocal cords shouldn't be able to produce. "Sarah told me you would come. Sarah's worried about you. She wants you to come home." Michael's smile was too wide, revealing teeth that were too white and too sharp. Home? But this is home, Sheriff. This is where Millbrook was always supposed to be. Before the fire. Before the changes. Before time forgot what it was supposed to remember. The air around us shimmered, and for a moment I could see through the gray facades of the buildings to what lay beneath. Charred timber and broken brick, the skeletal remains of structures that had burned a century ago. This wasn't a preserved version of old Millbrook. It was the ghost of the town that had died in 1923, sustained by some force that refused to let the past stay buried. The road? I said. It only appears on GPS units. Technology creates maps of possibility, Michael replied. Sometimes those maps include places that exist in the spaces between what was and what might have been. Your modern devices are sensitive to temporal echoes in ways their creators never intended. You're not Michael anymore, are you? His laugh was like wind through empty buildings. I'm what Michael chose to become when he walked into a place that needed inhabitants. The town was lonely, Sheriff. It had been lonely for so long, waiting for someone to remember it properly. And if I stay, then you'll help us remember too. Help us be real again, instead of just an echo looking for a voice. The temptation was stronger than it should have been. There was something seductive about the idea of stepping out of normal time, of becoming part of a place where the impossible was just another word for potential. No more missing persons cases that couldn't be solved. No more long nights driving empty roads, looking for answers that didn't exist. But I thought about Sarah, sitting in my cruiser, waiting for someone to bring her boyfriend home. I thought about the oath I'd taken and the badge I wore and the responsibility that came with both. I can't, I said. Michael's expression didn't change, but the buildings around us seemed to lean inward, as if the entire town were disappointed. Then you'll forget us again. Like everyone else. Like you've forgotten before. Before I could ask what he meant, the world began to fade. The gray buildings became translucent, then transparent, then gone. The brick streets dissolved beneath my feet, leaving only forest floor and fallen leaves. And Michael simply wasn't there anymore. I found myself standing in the middle of the woods, surrounded by pine trees and undergrowth that looked perfectly normal. No roads, hidden or otherwise. No town square or Victorian buildings or impossible monuments. Just forest that had probably been undisturbed for decades. But in my jacket pocket, I could still feel the weight of the road atlas. The walk back to my cruiser felt like swimming upstream through thick water. Every step was an effort, as if some force were trying to pull me back toward the place that no longer existed. Or maybe had never existed at all. Sarah was exactly where I'd left her, though she claimed I'd been gone for over 3 hours. My watch showed that only 20 minutes had passed since I'd left the car. "Did you find him?" she asked. I considered lying. It would have been easier to tell her that I'd searched the forest and found no trace of her boyfriend, that he'd probably gotten lost and would turn up eventually when he found his way back to a main road. Let her file a missing person report and go through the normal channels. Let time and bureaucracy blur the sharp edges of what had really happened. Instead, I pulled out the road atlas and showed her the route someone had drawn in red ink. "He found what he was looking for," I said. "But it wasn't something he could come back from." Sarah stared at the map for a long time, tracing the red line with her finger. "He's really gone, isn't he?" "Yes." She nodded slowly, accepting what she'd probably known since the moment she'd woken up alone on the highway's shoulder. "Will you put it in your report? What really happened? Would anyone believe it? Probably not. Then I'll write that we conducted a thorough search of the area and found no sign of the missing person. That he likely became disoriented in the forest and disappeared. It was the kind of non-answer that would satisfy the bureaucrats while preserving the truth for those who needed to know it. Sarah understood. In places like Millbrook County, people learned early that some truths were too strange for official records. I drove her back to town and helped her contact the rental car company and the airline. She left the next morning on a bus headed east, carrying nothing but a small suitcase and the knowledge that some roads led to places you couldn't come back from. The case went into the files as an unsolved missing person. Michael's car was never found, though sometimes hunters claimed to see tire tracks in parts of the forest where no roads had ever been built. The GPS glitch that had started everything corrected itself within a few days, though other drivers reported similar anomalies on different stretches of highway. And sometimes, late at night when I was driving the back roads, I'd check my own GPS and see roads that weren't supposed to be there. Thin white lines leading into unmapped territory, places where the normal rules might not apply. But I never followed them. Some mysteries were better left unsolved. That was 15 years ago. I retired 2 years later, handing over my badge to a younger man who didn't ask too many questions about the cases I'd marked as unsolved. But I still live in Millbrook County, and I still hear the stories. Truckers who claim their GPS units show shortcuts that lead nowhere. Hikers who follow marked trails to places that don't appear on any map. Teenagers who drive into the forest on dates, and come back talking about towns that burned down a century ago. The thin places are still there, waiting for people foolish enough or desperate enough to acknowledge their existence. And sometimes, when the conditions are just right and the technology aligns with forces older than satellites, those places reach out through our modern devices to remind us that not everything can be mapped by machines or understood by science. The road is still there too. I've seen it on GPS screens in other people's cars. That impossible turnoff from Highway 47 leading into territory that shouldn't exist. But I don't warn people about it anymore. Experience has taught me that some folks won't listen to warnings, and others are looking for exactly the kind of escape that hidden roads provide. All I can do is remember Michael and Sarah and that gray town that existed in the spaces between what was and what might have been. Remember that our modern world is built on top of older places, older times, older truths that sometimes bleed through when we're not paying attention. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed listening to the night sounds of Millbrook County, I wonder if that's where we all end up eventually, not in the ground or scattered to the wind, but in the thin places between memory and possibility, waiting for someone with the right kind of map to find us again. The screen said turn right. There was no road. But somewhere, somehow, there always is. It was the size of a shoebox last spring. Now it could fit a full-grown man. I've been sheriff of Millbrook for 37 years, and in all that time, I've seen plenty that would make most folks lose sleep. But there's one case that still sits heavy on my chest like a stone, pressing down whenever the wind shifts just right through the cemetery on Elm Hill. Some stories you tell to feel better. This one, I tell because it needs telling, and because I'm getting old enough that keeping it buried might mean it dies with me. The grave belongs to a boy named Timothy Marsh, age 7 when he passed in 1987. Nothing suspicious about his death. Leukemia took him slow and cruel, the way it does. His parents, good people, salt-of-the-earth types who ran the hardware store on Main Street, they buried him proper in the old section of Elm Hill Cemetery, where the headstones lean like crooked teeth and the grass grows sparse between the weathered markers. I remember the funeral. Small affair. Not many children in Millbrook to begin with, and fewer still who knew Timothy well enough to come pay respects. The boy had been sick for most of his short life, spending more time in the hospital over in Bridgewater than playing with kids his own age. His grave was modest, just a simple headstone with his name, dates, and a carved lamb that the stonemason had done careful work on. The plot itself was regulation size, maybe 3 feet by 7, dug neat and proper by old Henrik Johansson, who'd been the town's grave digger for longer than anyone could remember. That first spring after Timothy's burial, I used to walk through the cemetery on my evening rounds. Millbrook isn't the kind of place where much happens after dark, but I like the quiet, the way the setting sun painted everything gold and peaceful. The cemetery sits on a rise overlooking the town, surrounded by a wrought iron fence that's older than anyone can remember. The gate squeaks when it opens, a sound that's become as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. It was during one of these walks that I first noticed something odd about Timothy's grave. The earth around it looked disturbed. Not in any dramatic way, no signs of vandalism or desecration. Just a subtle wrongness, like someone had been gently working the soil with their hands. The grass hadn't grown back properly either, leaving patches of bare earth that seemed to shift and resettle when I wasn't looking directly at them. I mentioned it to Henrik when I saw him the next morning at Della's diner. He was sitting in his usual booth, working through a plate of eggs and bacon with the methodical precision of a man who'd done the same thing every morning for decades. Henrik was pushing 80 then, white-haired and bent, but his hands were still strong from years of working the earth. "Settling," he said when I described what I'd seen. "Ground settles different around a child's grave. Less weight to pack it down proper." He didn't look up from his eggs when he said it, but something in his tone suggested there was more he wasn't telling me. "How long does that usually take?" I asked. Henrik chewed thoughtfully, then set down his fork. "Couple months, maybe 3. After that, should be solid as any other plot." He finally looked at me then, his pale blue eyes holding something I couldn't quite read. "Why you asking, Sheriff?" I told him it was nothing, just part of keeping an eye on things, but Henrik's expression suggested he didn't quite believe me. He went back to his breakfast, but I noticed he didn't finish it. Summer came and went without incident. I continued my evening walks, though I found myself avoiding the cemetery more often than not. When I did venture up the hill, I tried not to look too closely at Timothy's grave, but the human eye has a way of seeking out the things that trouble it. The plot seemed to be growing. Not dramatically, not in any way that would be obvious to a casual observer. But I'd been walking those grounds long enough to know every stone, every tree, every subtle rise and fall of the earth. By autumn, when the leaves were turning and the air carried that sharp bite that promises winter, Timothy's grave was noticeably larger. What had been a modest child's plot was now approaching the size of a regular adult burial site. The headstone remained in the same position, but the disturbed earth around it had expanded outward in all directions, creating a rough rectangle of bare soil that looked fresh-turned despite the fact that no one had been seen working on it. I started asking around town, carefully, the way you do when you don't want to sound like you're losing your mind. Had anyone seen work being done at the cemetery? Had the grounds crew been doing maintenance on the older sections? Had the Marsh family commissioned any changes to their son's burial site? The answers were all no. The cemetery's maintenance was handled by a rotating volunteer crew from the Methodist Church, and they swore they hadn't touched Timothy's grave since the burial. The Marsh family had moved away that summer, selling the hardware store to a chain outfit from Bridgewater and leaving no forwarding address. As for professional grounds work, Millbrook's budget didn't stretch to cover that kind of expense. That left Henrik, and when I approached him about it, his reaction was telling. He went pale, actually pale, like I'd accused him of something terrible. We were standing outside the post office, and he kept glancing around as if he expected someone to overhear us. "Graves don't grow, Sheriff," he said, but his voice shook when he said it. "Ground settles, sometimes shifts with the seasons, but graves don't grow." "Then how do you explain what's happening up there?" Henrik was quiet for a long moment, his weathered hands worrying at the brim of his old cap. Finally he spoke, but so quietly I had to lean in to hear him. My grandfather used to tell stories about the old country. Places where the earth wouldn't rest, where the dead weren't content to stay buried. He said there were signs, ways the ground would change to let you know something was wrong underneath. He looked at me then, and I saw fear in his eyes. Real fear, the kind that comes from believing in things that can't be explained. But that's just old country superstition, Sheriff. Nothing more. Winter arrived early that year, bringing with it a cold that settled into your bones and didn't leave. Snow covered the cemetery by November, burying the evidence of whatever was happening to Timothy's grave under a pristine white blanket. I told myself that spring would bring answers, that the freeze and thaw cycle would correct whatever geological oddity was causing the ground to shift. I was wrong. When the snow melted in March, Timothy's grave was larger still. Now it stretched nearly 8 feet in length and 4 feet across, with the headstone looking oddly small and lonely at what should have been the head of the plot. The earth was darker too, rich and loamy like it had been recently fertilized, though I knew for certain that no one had been tending to it. That's when I started losing sleep. I'd lie awake at night listening to the sounds of the town settling around me, the creak of old wood, the whisper of wind through the eaves, the distant hum of the highway that connected Millbrook to the outside world. But underneath it all, I swear I could hear something else. A soft, rhythmic sound like someone digging. Not the sharp bite of a shovel hitting earth, but something gentler, more organic. Like hands working soil, patient and persistent. During the day, I found excuses to drive past the cemetery. I told myself I was being thorough, doing my job, keeping an eye on town property. But the truth was simpler and more disturbing. I was compelled. The growing grave drew my attention like a magnet, demanding to be observed, documented, worried over. By April, I wasn't the only one who noticed. Old Mrs. Henley, who lived in the Victorian house at the bottom of Elm Hill, mentioned to me that she'd been having trouble sleeping. Strange sounds at night, she said, wringing her hands in that nervous way she had. Like someone's working in the garden, but there's no garden up there, just the cemetery. Tom Fletcher, who delivered mail to the rural routes, started avoiding the road that curved past the cemetery. When I asked him about it, he got that look people get when they're trying to explain something they don't understand themselves. It's the smell, Sheriff, he said. Rich, earthy smell like fresh turned soil. But it's too strong, too alive. Makes my skin crawl. I knew that smell. I'd been catching whiffs of it for weeks, carried on the wind whenever I got too close to the cemetery. It wasn't unpleasant exactly, but it was wrong somehow, too intense, too present. Like the earth itself was breathing. Spring turned to summer, and Timothy's grave continued to grow. By June, it was the size of a double plot, stretching 10 feet long and 6 feet wide. The headstone, which had once marked the head of a child's grave, now sat off-center, dwarfed by the expanding rectangle of disturbed earth around it. I started bringing a tape measure on my evening walks, documenting the changes with the methodical precision of a man trying to prove his own sanity. The grave was growing at a rate of roughly 2 inches per week in all directions, expanding outward from its original boundaries with geometric precision. The earth was always fresh, always dark, always carrying that rich, loamy smell that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. That's when I made my first real mistake. I decided to dig. It was a Tuesday evening in late July, the kind of humid summer night when the air hangs thick and still. I'd driven up to the cemetery with a flashlight and a folding shovel, telling myself I just needed to know what was underneath all that fresh earth. Maybe there was a simple explanation: a broken water main, a collapsed storm drain, something that would make sense of what I'd been seeing. The first thing I noticed when I started digging was how easy it was. The soil gave way like it had been recently worked, soft and yielding under the blade of my shovel. I worked by flashlight, trying to stay quiet, though I'm not sure why I was worried about noise. There was no one around to hear me, no one who would question what the sheriff was doing in the cemetery after dark. I dug about 2 feet down when I hit something hard. Not rock. I knew the feel of stone well enough. This was smooth, regular, artificial. I cleared away more soil and found myself staring at a coffin lid. Timothy's coffin, presumably, though it seemed too large for a 7-year-old boy. The wood was dark, expensive looking, nothing like the simple pine box I remembered from the funeral. That's when I heard the sound. It came from beneath me, muffled by earth and wood but unmistakable. A soft, rhythmic scratching, like fingernails on wood. Not frantic or desperate, that would have been easier to understand. This was patient, methodical, the sound of someone working with infinite time and careful precision. I dropped the shovel and scrambled out of the hole, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sound continued for a moment, then stopped, leaving only the whisper of wind through the cemetery trees and the distant hum of cicadas. I filled in the hole that night, working by moonlight, my hands shaking as I replaced the soil. When I was finished, I smoothed the earth as best I could and tried to convince myself that what I'd heard was just the settling of old wood, the natural sounds of decay and time. But I knew better. Something was down there, and it was still working. August brought a heat wave that left the whole town irritable and sleepless. The cemetery grass turned brown except for the area around Timothy's grave, which remained green and lush, fed by whatever was happening underneath. The plot had grown to the size of a small room now, maybe 12 feet by 8, with the headstone looking absurdly small and misplaced. People started talking. Not openly. Millbrook isn't the kind of place where folks air their concerns in public, but in whispers at the diner, in hushed conversations at the grocery store, in the careful way neighbors have of sharing information without admitting they're worried. Heard the Methodist Church is thinking of relocating the cemetery. Della mentioned one morning as she poured my coffee. Ground's getting unstable up there, or so they say. Who's they? I asked. Della shrugged, but her expression was troubled. Just talk, Sheriff. You know how people are when they can't explain something. I knew, all right. I also knew it was more than just talk. The cemetery was changing, and not just Timothy's grave. Other plots were showing subtle signs of disturbance. Slight depressions here, small mounds there, as if the entire hill was slowly rearranging itself. The wrought iron fence that surrounded the grounds was developing rust patterns that looked almost like writing, symbols that hurt to look at directly. And the sounds were getting louder. Mrs. Henley wasn't the only one losing sleep anymore. Half the town was complaining of insomnia, of strange dreams, of a persistent feeling that something was wrong but they couldn't quite put their finger on what. The mailman had stopped delivering to addresses on Elm Hill altogether, claiming his truck was having mechanical problems every time he tried to drive up there. That's when I decided to do what I should have done months earlier. I started researching Timothy Marsh. The county records office in Bridgewater had the basics: birth certificate, death certificate, school enrollment records. Nothing unusual except for the circumstances of his death. The official cause was listed as acute lymphoblastic leukemia, but the attending physician's notes told a more complex story. Timothy had been sick for most of his life, but not just with cancer. He'd suffered from a rare condition called rapid growth syndrome, a genetic disorder that caused accelerated physical development. By the time he died at age 7, he'd had the bone structure and organ development of a child twice his age. The condition was extremely rare, affecting perhaps 1 in a million children, and was usually fatal by adolescence. But that wasn't the strangest part. According to the medical records, Timothy's growth hadn't stopped when he died. His body had continued to develop even after clinical death, requiring multiple adjustments to his coffin size in the weeks before the funeral. The attending physician had documented this phenomenon with clinical precision, noting cellular activity that should have been impossible in deceased tissue. The funeral director who'd handled Timothy's burial had made additional notes in his file. The boy's body had required a specially constructed coffin, larger than standard child size, with additional room for what the director euphemistically called post-mortem accommodation. The coffin had been sealed with extra reinforcement, and the burial plot had been dug deeper than regulation depth. I closed the file and sat back in my chair, pieces of an impossible puzzle clicking together in my mind. Timothy Marsh hadn't stopped growing when he died. His condition, whatever it was, had continued even after death. And now, apparently, it was affecting his grave as well. But that raised an even more disturbing question. If Timothy was still growing, what size was he now? September arrived with a cold snap that left frost on the windows and turned the leaves early. The cemetery on Elm Hill looked different in the autumn light, older somehow, more malevolent. Timothy's grave had expanded to roughly 15 feet by 10, a gaping rectangle of dark earth that seemed to pulse with its own life. I'd stopped taking measurements. The numbers no longer mattered. What mattered was the growing certainty that something was very wrong in Millbrook, something that went beyond simple geological oddities or even supernatural phenomena. The town itself was changing, becoming something other than what it had been. The changes were subtle but persistent. Streets seemed longer than they should be, requiring more steps to traverse familiar distances. Buildings appeared taller, their shadows stretching further than physics should allow. The cemetery fence had grown new sections overnight, iron scrollwork that formed patterns too complex for human eyes to follow comfortably. And through it all, the sounds continued. Not just at night now, but during the day as well. The soft, patient scratching of something working beneath the earth, growing stronger and more persistent with each passing week. That's when Henrik came to see me. I was in my office on a gray Thursday morning, working through paperwork and trying not to think about the cemetery, when the old grave digger knocked on my door. He looked terrible, thin, hollow-eyed, like he hadn't slept in weeks. His hands shook as he sat down across from my desk, and when he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "It's not just the Marsh boy," he said without preamble. "It's all of them. Every grave I've ever dug in this town. They're all changing." I set down my pen and looked at him carefully. "What do you mean, changing?" "Growing. Shifting. Like the dead aren't content to stay where they were put." Henrik's eyes were haunted, far-seeing. "I've been walking the cemetery every night for the past month, watching, measuring. The old graves, the ones from the 1800s, they're the worst. Some of them are so big now they're touching each other, creating patterns." "What kind of patterns?" Henrik reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He spread it on my desk, revealing a hand-drawn map of the cemetery. The individual graves were marked with careful precision, showing their current boundaries rather than their original sizes. The result was a geometric design that made my eyes water to look at directly, a complex mandala of rectangles and squares that seemed to shift and move when viewed peripherally. "It's a summoning circle," Henrik said quietly. "Or something like it. The graves are rearranging themselves into a pattern, and Timothy Marsh's plot is at the center." I studied the map more carefully, trying to ignore the way the lines seemed to crawl across the paper. "How long have you known about this?" "Suspected for months. Known for certain since last week." Henrik folded the map and put it away. "My grandfather would have recognized this. He came from a place where the earth remembers things it shouldn't, where the dead don't always stay dead. He taught me the signs, the warnings. I should have seen them sooner. What do we do? Henrik looked at me with eyes that had seen too much. Nothing we can do, Sheriff. Whatever's happening, it's bigger than us. Older than us. All we can do is wait and hope we're wrong about what's coming. But I knew we weren't wrong. The evidence was too clear, too consistent. Something was growing beneath Millbrook, something that had been sleeping for decades and was finally beginning to stir. Timothy Marsh had been the catalyst, his impossible condition triggering a response from whatever lay dormant in the earth. October brought the first real cold, and with it, changes that could no longer be ignored or explained away. The cemetery had expanded beyond its original boundaries, new sections appearing overnight with graves that looked ancient despite being newly formed. The town's borders had shifted as well, roads leading to places that didn't exist on any map, buildings that seemed to have been there forever but that no one could remember being built. The population was changing too. People were leaving, quietly, without fanfare, simply packing up one day and disappearing. But others were arriving to take their place, people who looked familiar but weren't quite right, who spoke with accents that belonged to no known region and wore clothes that might have been fashionable in any decade of the past century. And through it all, Timothy's grave continued to grow. By Halloween, it was the size of a small house foundation, a perfect rectangle of dark earth that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The headstone had been swallowed by the expansion, disappearing somewhere near the center of the plot like a stone marker in a black sea. That's the night I finally understood what was happening. I was walking through the cemetery on my evening rounds, flashlight in hand, when I heard the sound change. The soft scratching that had been the soundtrack to my nightmares for months suddenly stopped, replaced by something else. Something that made my blood run cold. Breathing. Deep, steady breathing coming from somewhere beneath my feet. Not the quick, shallow breathing of someone struggling or in distress, but the slow, peaceful breathing of someone who had been asleep for a very long time and was finally beginning to wake up. I stood there in the darkness, flashlight beam wavering, listening to the sound of something impossible stirring beneath the earth. The breathing grew stronger, more regular, accompanied by other sounds, the shift of fabric, the creak of joints, the soft whisper of movement in confined spaces. That's when I saw the headstone. It was rising from the center of Timothy's grave like a ship surfacing from dark water, emerging from soil that seemed to flow like liquid around its edges. But it wasn't the same headstone anymore. This one was larger, more elaborate, carved from black stone that seemed to absorb my flashlight beam. The inscription was different too, written in letters that hurt to read directly. Timothy Marsh. Born 1980. Awakened 1987. Still growing. As I watched, the stone continued to rise, revealing more text underneath, words that appeared to be carved in languages I didn't recognize. The breathing sound grew louder, more insistent, and I realized with growing horror that it wasn't coming from beneath the grave anymore. It was coming from behind me. I turned slowly, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, and saw him standing there between the cemetery trees. Timothy Marsh, if that's who he'd ever really been. But not the 7-year-old boy who died of leukemia in 1987. This was something else entirely, something that had been using Timothy's death as a doorway into our world. He was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed to stretch and flow like liquid shadow. His face was Timothy's face, but grown to adult proportions, aged and weathered in ways that suggested centuries rather than decades. His eyes were the worst part, ancient, knowing, filled with a patience that spoke of eons spent waiting for the right moment to emerge. "Sheriff," he said, and his voice was the sound of earth settling, of roots growing deep, of things long buried finally coming to the surface. Thank you for watching over me. I tried to speak, tried to move, but my body seemed frozen in place. The thing that had been Timothy smiled, an expression that belonged on no human face, and gestured toward the cemetery around us. Do you like what I've done with the place? He asked. It took longer than I expected to reshape everything properly, but patience is something you learn when you're buried alive. When you're growing in the dark, changing, becoming what you were always meant to be. The cemetery was transforming around us as he spoke, the graves expanding and merging, creating a vast geometric pattern that stretched beyond the original boundaries. The trees were growing taller, their branches reaching toward the sky like grasping fingers. The ground itself seemed to pulse with hidden life. The others will wake soon, Timothy continued, his voice growing stronger, more resonant. My family. My real family. They've been sleeping beneath this place for so long, waiting for someone like me to open the door. Someone who wouldn't stop growing, even after death. I finally found my voice, though it came out as barely a whisper. What are you? Timothy tilted his head, considering the question. I'm what happens when the barriers between worlds grow thin. When the earth remembers what it used to be before humans claimed it. Your kind built this town on sacred ground, Sheriff. Ground that was never meant to be disturbed. But you made a mistake when you buried me here. You gave me a direct connection to what lies beneath. The breathing sound was coming from all around us now, rising from dozens of graves, hundreds of them. The entire cemetery was waking up, stirring to life after decades of slumber. And I realized that Millbrook had never been a normal town. It had been a lid, a barrier, a thin layer of civilization spread over something much older and more dangerous. I have to thank you, Timothy said, his form beginning to shift and change, growing even taller, more impossible. Your attention, your documentation, your careful observation of my growth, it all helped anchor me to this reality. Without witnesses, without someone to see and record what was happening, I might have remained dormant for another century. I tried to run then, but my legs wouldn't obey. The ground beneath my feet was soft, yielding, like walking on flesh rather than earth. The cemetery fence had grown into a maze of iron bars that stretched in all directions, trapping me within the expanding boundary of whatever Millbrook was becoming. Don't be afraid, Timothy said, his voice now coming from multiple directions at once. You'll have a place in what comes next. A special place. After all, you've been so helpful in documenting my growth. Who better to record the awakening of my family? The last thing I remember clearly is the sound of the earth opening, great sections of cemetery ground folding back like the pages of a book. And rising from the darkness beneath, shapes that might once have been human but had grown into something else entirely during their long sleep underground. That was 3 months ago. I'm writing this account in what used to be my office, though the building has changed along with everything else in Millbrook. The walls are taller now, the windows placed at angles that don't quite make sense. The town records have rewritten themselves, showing a history that goes back centuries instead of decades, filled with names and dates that I don't remember but that feel somehow familiar. The cemetery is gone, replaced by something that might be called a garden if you were feeling generous. The graves have become raised beds where impossible plants grow in geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. Timothy tends them with the patience of something that has all the time in the world, his form continuing to change and grow with each passing day. The townspeople have adapted, as people do. They go about their daily routines, shopping at stores that sell things with no names, attending churches where the sermons are delivered in languages that predate human speech. They seem happy, in their way. Content. Like they've finally found their proper place in the world. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the only one who remembers what Millbrook used to be. The only one who recalls when Timothy Marsh was just a sick little boy who died too young, rather than a doorway for things that should have stayed buried. But then I look at the carefully kept records on my desk, the measurements and observations I've been making for months, and I realize the truth. I'm not recording what happened. I'm recording what's still happening. Timothy is still growing, still changing, still becoming whatever he was always meant to be. And so is everything else in Millbrook. The town, the people, the very ground we stand on, it's all part of the same vast organism now, connected by roots that run deeper than any grave. The growth pattern is expanding beyond our borders too. Reports have been coming in from neighboring towns, stories of graveyards where the plots have started shifting, of forests where the trees grow in impossible geometric patterns, of people who wake up one morning to find their houses have more rooms than they remember. It's spreading, whatever it is, growing. And I'm here to document it all, to serve as witness to the awakening of something that was never fully asleep. Timothy visits me sometimes, checking on my progress, offering gentle corrections when my observations don't match his vision of what's happening. "You're doing important work, Sheriff," he tells me, his voice now the sound of wind through deep places. "History needs to be recorded properly. The truth needs to be preserved, even when it's a truth that most people couldn't understand. So I keep writing, keep recording, keep watching as Millbrook transforms into something that has no name in any human language. The grave that started it all, Timothy's grave, is gone now, absorbed into the larger pattern. But I know where it used to be. Sometimes, late at night, I can still hear the soft sound of digging coming from that spot. Still growing. Still changing. Still becoming. And I'm beginning to suspect that's exactly what was supposed to happen all along. End of recording. Sheriff's Department case files, Millbrook County. Status, ongoing. Classification, unresolved. Yesterday, its head was turned. Today, it's looking right at me. I've been sheriff of Millbrook for 37 years, and in all that time, I've never written down what happened in the autumn of 2018. Maybe I should have. Maybe putting words to paper would have helped me sleep better these past few years. But some things, once you give them shape with language, become more real than they have any right to be. The statue's been in our town square since 1923. Bronze figure of a Confederate soldier, though nobody around here ever fought for the Confederacy. Town council just wanted something that looked official, something with gravitas. They ordered it from a catalog, same as you might order a plow or a butter churn. Nobody knew the sculptor's name, or where exactly it came from. Just that it arrived on a freight train one October morning, already green with that peculiar patina that makes bronze look ancient. For 95 years, that statue stood exactly the same way. Left foot forward, rifle barrel resting on the ground, head turned slightly toward the Methodist church. Kids used to climb on it during summer festivals. Pigeons nested in the fold of its coat. I must have walked past it 10,000 times without giving it more than a glance. That changed on a Tuesday morning in September. I was crossing the square to get coffee from Henrietta's diner, same route I'd taken for decades, when something made me stop. The statue looked different. Not wrong, exactly. Just different. It took me a full minute to realize what had changed. The head. Instead of gazing toward the church, it was turned toward the courthouse. Maybe 15 degrees of difference, but enough to make my coffee go cold in the cup before I thought to drink it. I asked Henrietta about it when I finally made it inside. "That statue always faced the courthouse," I said, settling onto my usual stool. She was wiping down the counter with a rag that had seen better decades. "Far as I know." Why? Just curious. She poured my coffee without being asked. Black, no sugar. My daddy used to say that statue was cursed. Said the fellow who made it put something of himself into the bronze. Something that wasn't entirely human. I'd heard variations of that story before. Small towns collect superstitions like lint collects in pockets. Your daddy say why he thought that? Said he'd seen it move. The coffee suddenly tasted like copper pennies. Move how? Just move. Nothing dramatic. A finger here, a slight turn of the head there. Always at night, always when nobody was supposed to be watching. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to the whisper reserved for gossip and ghost stories. Said it was keeping watch. Deciding who was next. Next for what? She shrugged, but her eyes had gone distant. Nobody knew. But my daddy, he kept track. Said whenever that statue changed position, somebody in town would die within the week. I wanted to laugh it off. Should have laughed it off. Instead, I found myself thinking about old Tom Peterson, who had passed in his sleep just 3 nights prior. Natural causes, according to Doc Martinez. Tom was 86, had been fighting emphysema for years. Nothing unusual about his death except I couldn't shake the feeling that the statue had been watching his house. I finished my coffee in silence and walked back across the square. This time, I made a point of studying the bronze figure more carefully. The craftsmanship was remarkable. You could see individual buttons on the uniform, creases in the boots, even a few strands of hair beneath the military cap. The face was stern but not unkind, with deep-set eyes that seemed to follow you no matter where you stood. But it was the hands that bothered me most. They were positioned perfectly on the rifle, fingers curled just so around the barrel and stock. Too perfectly. Like they'd been arranged by someone who understood exactly how a man would hold a weapon. Like they'd been carved by someone who'd held one himself. That afternoon, I did something I'd never done before. I took measurements. Used my phone to photograph the statue from multiple angles. Made notes about its exact position. Felt foolish doing it, but Cousin Henrietta's words had wormed their way under my skin. The next morning, Wednesday, I was back in the square before sunrise. The statue had moved again. Not much. Maybe another 10 degrees, so now it was facing directly toward Main Street. But the hands had shifted too. The left hand was no longer gripping the rifle barrel. Instead, it rested against the bronze thigh, fingers spread as if reaching for something. I stood there for 20 minutes, watching that statue like it might suddenly spring to life. A few early commuters drove past, probably wondering why the old sheriff was staring at a chunk of metal like it held the secrets of the universe. Maybe it did. Around 8:30 my radio crackled. Domestic disturbance on Elm Street. By the time I sorted out a neighbor complaint about a barking dog, I'd almost convinced myself I was imagining things. Bronze doesn't move. Statues don't change position overnight. Simple as that. But Thursday morning, the rifle was gone. Not gone, exactly. Moved. Instead of resting against the ground, it was raised to shoulder height, as if the soldier was taking aim. The head had turned again too, now facing due north toward the residential area near the old mill. I called Doc Martinez. "You ever hear stories about that statue in the square?" I asked without preamble. He was quiet for a moment. "What kind of stories?" "About it moving. Changing position." "Ah." Another pause. "My grandfather used to tell stories like that. Said it was nonsense, but he made a point of never walking through the square after dark." "What else did he say?" "That whoever made it wasn't from around here. Came through town in the early 20s, set up shop behind the old foundry. Nobody knew his name, nobody saw his face. Just heard hammering at all hours, saw smoke from his forge even in broad daylight. Then one morning, the statue was finished, and the stranger was gone. Left behind nothing but that bronze soldier, and the smell of sulfur. Sulfur. I'd been smelling something out around the square for the past few days, but hadn't been able to place it. Like matches just after they've been struck, or eggs left too long in the sun. Doc, you think there's any truth to those stories? He considered this. I think truth is a relative thing in small towns. But I will say this. Every time someone's reported seeing that statue move, we've had a death within the week. Might be coincidence. Probably is coincidence. But I've lived here for 63 years, and I've learned not to dismiss everything I can't explain. That evening, I parked my patrol car where I could see the square. Told dispatch I was taking a meal break, then settled in to watch. The sun set behind the courthouse, casting long shadows across the grass. The statue stood motionless, rifle raised, head turned north. I must have dozed off around 11. When I woke, it was past midnight, and the bronze soldier was facing east, toward the trailer park. The rifle had shifted again, now held in a firing position, and I swear, though I know how this sounds, I swear I could see the trigger finger moving, slowly curling inward. At 3:17 a.m., my radio squawked. Heart attack at Sunset Mobile Home Park. Mrs. Dorothy Chen, age 74. DOA. I sat in that patrol car until dawn, watching the statue. It never moved while I was looking directly at it. But every time I glanced away, to check my phone, to adjust the radio, to rub my tired eyes, when I looked back, something had changed. A slight shift in posture. A different angle to the head. The bronze seemed to ripple in my peripheral vision, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. Friday morning brought more changes. The statue had lowered its rifle and was reaching forward with its left hand, fingers extended as if beckoning someone closer. The face, which had always been stern but neutral, now wore what I can only describe as a smile. Not a pleasant smile. The kind of expression you might see on the face of a cat that's cornered a mouse. I spent the day asking questions around town. Quietly, carefully. Didn't want folks thinking their sheriff was losing his mind. But what I learned made my blood run cold. The pattern went back decades. Maybe longer. Every few months, someone would notice the statue had changed position. Within a week, someone would die. Always someone the statue had been looking at. Always someone who lived or worked in the direction it faced. Most folks had convinced themselves it was coincidence. Human beings are good at that, at finding logical explanations for impossible things. But a few of the older residents remembered stories their grandparents told. Stories about the stranger who made the statue. About the sounds that came from his forge at night. Sounds that weren't quite hammering, weren't quite screaming. Saturday, the statue was pointing directly at the high school. I broke about 15 traffic laws getting there. Found the building empty except for Jake Morrison, the night janitor, mopping floors in the main hallway. Jake was a good man, mid-50s, raised 4 kids on a janitor's salary, and never complained about it. When he saw me burst through the front doors, he leaned on his mop and grinned. "Sheriff, you look like you've seen a ghost." If only it were that simple. "Jake, I need you to come with me. Right now." "Something wrong?" "Maybe. Probably. I'll explain on the way." To his credit, Jake didn't argue. He secured his cleaning supplies and followed me to the patrol car. But as we were leaving the building, I heard something that made my skin crawl. The sound of bronze grinding against bronze, like gears turning in an ancient machine. I looked back at the square. The statue had lowered its arm and was walking. Not walking like a person walks. Walking like something pretending to be a person. Each step was perfectly measured, perfectly balanced, but there was no weight behind it. No sense of a living thing moving through space. Just bronze animated by something that didn't understand the rules of flesh and bone. Jake saw it too. His face went white, and he grabbed my arm with trembling fingers. "What in God's name?" "Get in the car." We drove out of town that night. Didn't discuss it, didn't make plans. Just drove until we reached the next county, then kept going until we found a motel with a vacancy sign. Paid cash for 2 rooms and sat in mine with the curtains drawn, listening to the news on a small radio I brought from the car. Around 2 a.m., the local station broke in with a special report. Gas leak at Millbrook High School had caused an explosion. Building was a total loss, but fortunately, no one had been inside at the time of the incident. The night janitor's whereabouts were unknown, but authorities assumed he'd left before the explosion occurred. Jake and I stayed in that motel for 3 days. When we finally returned to Millbrook, the statue was back in its original position. Head turned toward the Methodist church, rifle resting on the ground, left foot forward. Exactly as it had stood for 95 years. The official investigation concluded that old pipes and poor ventilation had caused the explosion. Case closed. But I knew better. The statue had been hunting Jake Morrison, and when it couldn't find him, it had settled for destroying the building where he worked. A consolation prize. A reminder of its power. I submitted my resignation the following week. Told the town council I was retiring early, moving to Florida to be closer to my sister. They gave me a gold watch and a small pension. Nobody asked why I seemed so eager to leave. But before I left Millbrook for good, I did one last thing. I researched the statue's origins, spent weeks in archives and old newspaper morgues, tracking down any information I could find about the mysterious sculptor who'd created it. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. The man's name was Ephraim Cross. He'd been a sculptor of some renown in the early 1900s, specializing in war memorials and cemetery monuments. But his work had always been unusual. Commissioned pieces that seemed to move when no one was watching. Statues that appeared to breathe. Bronze figures that cast shadows in impossible directions. Cross had traveled from town to town, creating his monuments and leaving behind stories of strange deaths and unexplained disappearances. Always moving before anyone could connect him to the tragedies that followed in his wake. According to one newspaper account from 1924, Cross had claimed his statues were doorways, places where the boundary between life and death grew thin. He'd found a way to capture something, souls, spirits, whatever you want to call them, and trap them in bronze. Make them into watchers. Guardians of the spaces between worlds. The last record I found was from October 1923. The day after the Millbrook statue was delivered, Cross had been found dead in his workshop behind the foundry. Apparent suicide, according to the county coroner. But the description of the scene bothered me. His body had been discovered in front of a large mirror, surrounded by sculptures in various stages of completion. All of them appeared to be reaching toward the mirror's surface, as if trying to escape the reflection trapped within. The mirror itself was missing. I never found out what happened to it. Maybe it was broken, or maybe it was sold to another collector. But sometimes, late at night in my apartment in Clearwater, I wake up thinking about that mirror, wondering if Cross had been trying to escape his own creation, wondering if he'd succeeded, or if he'd simply become another watcher, trapped forever in bronze and shadow. I don't sleep well these days. Every night, I check the locks on my doors and windows. I avoid reflective surfaces after dark. And I never, ever walk past statues. Because I know they're watching. Yesterday, I found a package on my doorstep. No return address, no delivery service markings. Inside was a small bronze figurine, a sheriff in an old-style uniform, hand resting on his holster, head turned slightly to one side. The craftsmanship was remarkable. You could see individual buttons on the shirt, creases in the boots, even a few lines around the eyes. I should have thrown it away. Should have driven it to the Gulf and hurled it into the deepest water I could find. Instead, I set it on my kitchen table and went to bed. This morning, when I came down for coffee, the figurine had moved. Just a little. The head was no longer turned to the side. Instead, it was facing forward, looking directly at me with bronze eyes that seemed to hold the faintest glimmer of recognition. And I swear, though I know how this sounds, I swear I can hear it whispering my name. The box it came in had one more thing inside. A small card with an address in Millbrook, the town square. And written on the back, in spidery handwriting that might have belonged to a man named Ephraim Cross. Welcome home, Sheriff. Your watch begins now. I'm telling you this story because I need someone to know. Someone to remember. Because tomorrow, I have to go back to Millbrook. The bronze sheriff on my table has been pointing toward my front door for the past hour, and I can feel something calling me home. Something that's been waiting patiently for 7 years. The statue in the square isn't the only Watcher Cross created. There are others, scattered across small towns throughout the country. I've seen them in my dreams. Bronze sentinels standing guard over places where the veil grows thin, where death walks a little closer to the surface. Each one unique, each one perfectly crafted, each one animated by something that should have stayed buried. They're building something. A network. A system of watchers that spans the continent. And they need shepherds. Guardians who understand the rules, who can guide the process from within. I know this because the bronze sheriff told me. Not in words, bronze doesn't speak with words, but in whispers that bypass the ears and go straight to the part of the brain where nightmares are born. So tomorrow, I drive back to Millbrook. I'll take my place in the square, next to the Confederate soldier who started it all. And I'll wait. Watch. Guide the process as others have guided it before me. Because that's what sheriffs do. We keep the peace. We maintain order. Even when that order serves something far older and hungrier than human law. The bronze figure on my table has stopped moving. It's standing at attention now, a perfect little soldier waiting for orders. In the morning light streaming through my kitchen window, it almost looks noble. Heroic even. But I can see the hunger in those metal eyes. The same hunger I've seen in every reflection since I left Millbrook. The hunger that's been growing inside me for 7 years, feeding on sleepless nights and half-remembered dreams. Yesterday, its head was turned. Today, it's looking right at me. Tomorrow, I'll be looking back. She floats just above the ground. And wherever she goes, blood follows. I've been telling myself for 37 years that what I saw in Millbrook wasn't real. That the mind plays tricks when you're dealing with too much death, too much violence in a place that's supposed to be quiet. But I can still smell the copper pennies in the air when I think about those 3 weeks in October of '87. Can still hear the way the wind sounded different after she came to town, like it was whispering secrets to the dead. My name's Earl Hutchins, and I was sheriff of Millbrook County for 42 years before I retired. Seen plenty in that time. Bar fights that turned bloody, domestic disputes that ended in tragedy, car accidents that painted the asphalt red. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for what started happening that October. The first time someone mentioned seeing her, I thought it was just old Martha Keene's imagination running wild again. Martha lived alone in that crooked house on Elm Street, the one with the shutters that never hung quite right no matter how many times her nephew fixed them. She called the station on a Tuesday morning, voice shaking like autumn leaves. "Sheriff, there's something moving around my garden. Something that ain't natural." I'd fielded a dozen calls like that from Martha over the years. Usually turned out to be raccoons or that mangy tomcat that belonged to the Hendersons. But there was something different in her voice that morning. Fear, yes, but more than that. Recognition. Like she'd seen something she'd been expecting her whole life. When I drove over to check on her, Martha was standing at her kitchen window, still in her nightgown at 10 in the morning. Her face had gone the color of old parchment. "She was right there," Martha whispered, pointing toward her vegetable garden with a finger that trembled like a compass needle. "Floating maybe 2 feet off the ground, moving between my tomato plants like she was looking for something." The garden looked normal enough. October had already claimed most of the plants, leaving behind brown stalks and withered leaves. But as I walked the perimeter, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Every footprint I left in the soft soil was normal, pressed down into the earth the way physics intended. But there were other marks, or rather, the absence of marks. Places where the soil looked disturbed but not compressed. As if something had passed over it without quite touching down. "What did she look like, Martha?" The old woman wrapped her arms around herself. "Like smoke given shape. Black as a moonless night, but with these eyes." She shuddered. "Glowing yellow eyes that seemed to see right through everything. And Sheriff, I swear she was bleeding. Or something was bleeding around her. Little drops hitting the ground, but when I looked later there was nothing there." I wrote it up as a welfare check and filed it away, figuring Martha's medications might need adjusting. But 3 days later, we found Tommy Brewster's body in the woods behind the elementary school. Tommy was 17, a good kid despite his taste for beer and fast cars. He'd been missing for 2 days when a jogger spotted his boots sticking out from under a fallen log. When we pulled him out, the coroner said he'd been dead for at least 48 hours. Blunt force trauma to the skull, probably from a fall or an accident. Nothing suspicious about it, really, except for one detail that stuck with me. The blood spatter pattern was all wrong. I'd seen enough crime scenes to know how blood behaves when it hits the ground. Falls in predictable arcs, pools in low spots, follows gravity like everything else in this world. But around Tommy's body, the blood seemed to have fallen upward in places. Tiny droplets clinging to the undersides of leaves 3 feet above where he lay. Impossible, of course, but there it was. That night I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about Martha's story, about floating figures and blood that defied the laws of nature. When I finally dozed off around 3 in the morning, I dreamed of yellow eyes watching me from the shadows of my bedroom. The second sighting came from Bill Morrison, who ran the hardware store on Main Street. Bill was about as practical a man as you could find, not given to flights of fancy or tall tales. When he called the station the following Monday, his voice was steady but strained. "Sheriff, I need you to come down to the store. Something happened here last night, and I can't make sense of it." I found Bill standing in his back stockroom, staring at a wall of paint cans. At first glance, everything looked normal. Shelves lined with inventory, concrete floor swept clean, fluorescent lights humming overhead. But as Bill pointed out the details, that familiar chill started creeping up my spine. "I was here late Saturday night, doing inventory," Bill explained. "Around 11, I heard something moving around out here. Thought maybe kids had broken in again. When I came to check, I saw..." He paused, running a hand through his thinning hair. "I saw something black moving between the shelves. Shaped like a person, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, and it didn't walk so much as glide. Bill showed me the trail it had left behind. Not footprints, but something else entirely. Every metal surface the figure had passed, paint cans, tool handles, shelf brackets, had developed a patina of rust that shouldn't have been there. Fresh rust, as if years of oxidation had happened in minutes. And Sheriff, Bill continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, there was blood. Little droplets leading from the back door to where I lost sight of it by the paint mixer. But when I turned on all the lights and looked real close, the blood was gone. Just these rust stains remained. I spent an hour going over that stockroom with a fine-tooth comb. Found the rust stains Bill mentioned, and something else that made my blood run cold. In the dust on one of the high shelves someone, or something, had traced a single word with their finger. Soon. That's when I started taking the sightings seriously. Over the next week, 3 more people reported seeing the black smoke figure. Each sighting followed the same pattern, a tall, impossibly thin shape moving without touching the ground, always accompanied by the smell of copper and rust, always leaving behind traces of blood that vanished when you looked too closely. Mrs. Chen saw it gliding through the parking lot behind her restaurant after closing time. When she went out to investigate the next morning, every car parked overnight had developed rust spots on the hoods, arranged in patterns that looked almost like handprints. Young Danny Kowalski spotted it moving through the cemetery on his way home from a late shift at the gas station. The next day, groundskeeper found that every metal grave marker in the old section had corroded overnight, the names and dates becoming illegible smears of rust. Jim Hartley, who delivered newspapers before dawn, watched it drift down Maple Street like a shadow searching for something. Later that morning, residents complained that their mailboxes had rusted through, letters scattered on the ground and stained with something that looked like dried blood but dissolved when touched. The pattern was becoming clear, and it terrified me. Each sighting preceded a discovery. Each discovery involved death. After Martha's sighting, we'd found Tommy Brewster. After Bill's encounter, old Mr. Garrison was discovered dead in his workshop, apparently from a heart attack. Following Mrs. Chen's report, we located Janet Mills at the bottom of her basement stairs, neck broken from what appeared to be a fall. 3 deaths in 2 weeks, all seemingly accidental, all occurring shortly after someone spotted the black smoke figure. The coroner found nothing suspicious about any of them, but I knew better. I could feel it in my bones, the way you can feel a storm coming long before the first clouds appear. The town was changing too. Subtle at first, then more pronounced as the days passed. Metal objects throughout Millbrook began showing signs of premature aging. Street signs faded and rusted. Car exhaust pipes corroded. Even the bronze plaque at the town hall developed a patina that made it look decades older than its actual age. People started avoiding certain streets after dark. Conversations became hushed, furtive. The usual gossip and small-town chatter gave way to nervous glances and early bedtimes. It was as if the entire community sensed something predatory in its midst, something that hunted in the spaces between the living and the dead. I spent sleepless nights researching, calling contacts in neighboring counties, trying to find similar cases. Nothing came close to matching what we were experiencing in Millbrook. But I did learn something interesting about our town's history. In the basement of the library, buried in a box of newspapers from the 1920s, I found a brief article about a woman named Elena Voss. She'd lived on the outskirts of town during the influenza pandemic of 1918. According to the yellow newsprint, Elena had been accused of practicing witchcraft by several families who believed she was somehow responsible for the sickness that killed nearly a quarter of Millbrook's population that winter. The article was frustratingly short on details, but it mentioned that Elena had been found dead in her home, apparently murdered, though no one was ever charged with the crime. Her body had been discovered surrounded by peculiar stains and marks that defied explanation, and several witnesses claimed to have seen strange lights and moving shadows around her property in the days following her death. Elena Voss. I wrote the name in my notebook and underlined it twice. Something about it felt significant, though I couldn't put my finger on exactly what. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Father Mackenzie at St. Mary's called me on a Thursday afternoon, his usually calm voice tight with worry. "Sheriff, I think you need to see something. It's about those incidents that have been happening around town." I found the priest in his study, surrounded by old books and handwritten notes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "I've been researching the history of our parish," Father Mackenzie began, "trying to understand what might be causing these disturbances. I found some records from the 1920s that mention a woman named Elena Voss." The name made me sit up straighter. "What kind of records?" "Confession logs, burial records, correspondence with the bishop." The priest pulled out a leather-bound journal. "Elena Voss wasn't just accused of witchcraft, Sheriff. According to these documents, several families believed she had made some kind of bargain with dark forces during the influenza pandemic. They claimed she could heal the sick, but only by transferring their illness to others." Father Mackenzie opened the journal to a page marked with a red ribbon. "The interesting part is what happened after her death. For months afterward, people reported seeing a dark figure moving through town at night, always near locations where someone had recently died or was about to die. The descriptions match what people are reporting now: a tall, shadowy form that seemed to float rather than walk, with glowing eyes and an aura of corruption that rusted metal and spoiled food." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air seeping through the old church windows. "What happened to those sightings? Did they eventually stop?" The priest's expression grew troubled. "According to the records, they lasted exactly 21 days. Then they stopped abruptly after." He paused, checking his notes. "After 7 people had died under mysterious circumstances. All deaths appeared natural, but they occurred in the exact locations where the figure had been seen. 21 days. I did quick math in my head. We were on day 15 since Martha's first sighting. 6 days left, if the pattern held true. And we'd already had 3 deaths. Father, what do you think we're dealing with here?" Mackenzie closed the journal slowly. "I think Elena Voss made a bargain she couldn't control. And I think whatever she unleashed is still collecting on that debt. That night, I made a decision that probably violated a dozen protocols and could have cost me my job. I decided to watch for the figure myself. I parked my patrol car on Main Street just after midnight, engine off, radio turned low. The street was empty except for the occasional cat slinking between parked cars. October wind rattled the windows of closed shops, carrying the scent of dying leaves and something else, something metallic and unpleasant that seemed to catch in the back of my throat. At 2:17 a.m. I saw her. She materialized near the corner of Main and Elm, though materialized isn't quite the right word. It was more like the shadows suddenly gained density and purpose, coalescing into a vaguely human shape that moved with fluid, unnatural grace. Tall and impossibly thin, she glided between the streetlights without casting a shadow of her own. But it was her eyes that made my blood freeze in my veins. 2 points of sickly yellow light that seemed to burn with their own inner fire, scanning the empty street like searchlights seeking prey. When those eyes turned toward my patrol car, I felt something inside me shrivel with terror. She knew I was watching. For several seconds, we regarded each other across the width of Main Street. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything but stare into those alien eyes and feel my sanity begin to crack around the edges. In that gaze I saw hunger. Not for food or warmth or human companionship, but for something deeper and more fundamental. She was feeding on death itself, drawing sustenance from the final moments when life transformed into absence. Then she smiled. It wasn't a human expression, that smile. It was the way a spider might smile while wrapping up a fly, if spiders could experience joy. Her lips, if they could be called lips, pulled back to reveal teeth like broken glass, stained with what looked like rust but moved like blood. She began to drift toward my car. Every instinct screamed at me to start the engine and drive away as fast as possible. But something held me frozen in place. Not courage, exactly, but a grim understanding that running wouldn't save me or anyone else in Millbrook. This thing, whatever it was, had unfinished business in our town. It wouldn't be satisfied until it had collected its full due. As she drew closer, I could see more details that my mind struggled to process. Her skin had the texture of smoke given form, shifting and billowing with each movement. Where she passed, frost formed on car windshields despite the relatively mild October temperature. The metal of mailboxes and street signs began to corrode in real time, rust blooming like fast-growing flowers. But most disturbing of all were the sounds she made. Not footsteps. Her feet never quite touched the pavement, but a soft whispering that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Words in a language I didn't recognize, or maybe words in English spoken backward, or maybe not words at all but simply the sound of corruption spreading through the world. When she reached my patrol car, she pressed one translucent hand against the driver's side window. The glass immediately began to fog, then crack in a spider web pattern that spread outward from her palm. Through the damaged glass, I could see her face clearly for the first time. Elena Voss. It had to be. The bone structure was wrong for a living person, too sharp, too angular, like someone had carved a face from shadows and given it just enough substance to hold together. But there was intelligence in those burning eyes, and recognition. She knew who I was, just as I now knew who she was. Her lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear through the glass but somehow understood anyway. 4 more. 4 more deaths. 4 more collections before her 21 days expired. Then she was gone, fading back into the shadows as suddenly as she'd appeared. The only evidence of her visit was the spider web of cracks in my patrol car window, and a handprint etched in rust on the metal door frame. I sat there until dawn, too shaken to drive, trying to convince myself that what I'd experienced was some kind of stress-induced hallucination. But the damaged window and rusted handprint were real enough. And as the sun came up, I received the call I'd been dreading. Another body had been found. This time it was Sarah Fleming, the librarian who'd helped me research Elena Voss. Her neighbor had found her collapsed in her garden, apparently from an aneurysm. The official cause of death would be listed as natural causes, but I knew better. I could smell the copper in the air around her body, could see the way the metal garden tools had corroded overnight. 4 down. 4 more to go. The next 3 days passed in a blur of mounting dread. I tried warning people to stay indoors after dark. But how do you explain something like this without sounding completely insane? I increased patrols, had my deputies check on elderly residents, did everything I could think of within the bounds of conventional law enforcement. It wasn't enough. Agnes Morton died in her sleep on Saturday night, heart failure according to the doctor. But her bedroom window showed the same spider web cracks I'd seen in my patrol car, and every metal surface in her house had developed that familiar rust patina. Dave Kellerman was found Sunday morning at the bottom of his silo, neck broken from what appeared to be an accidental fall. Never mind that Dave had been climbing that silo safely for 20 years, or that the metal ladder rungs had corroded to the point of crumbling under investigation. 6 deaths. Elena Voss was accelerating her schedule. On Monday night, day 20 of her return to Millbrook, I made a decision that probably saved lives, though I'll never be able to prove it. I drove to the old Voss property on the outskirts of town, where Elena had lived and died nearly 70 years earlier. The house was long gone, claimed by fire sometime in the 1940s. But the foundation remained, along with a well and a few gnarled apple trees that had somehow survived decades of neglect. It was here, according to Father Mackenzie's research, that Elena had been murdered by persons unknown in the winter of 1919. I parked at the edge of what had once been her driveway and waited. She came just after midnight, rising from the ruins of the foundation like smoke from a dying fire. But this time was different. This time, she seemed more solid, more present in the world. The 20 days of feeding had given her strength, substance, purpose. Elena Voss turned those burning yellow eyes on me and spoke in a voice like wine through dead leaves. "You know why I've returned." It wasn't a question. Somehow, she understood that I'd pieced together her story, her purpose, her hunger. 7 deaths, I said, surprised by how steady my own voice sounded. "That's what the pattern shows. 7 deaths in 21 days, then you disappear for another 70 years. Her smile was terrible to behold. "Close, Sheriff. But not quite accurate." She drifted closer, and I could see that she was bleeding, or something like bleeding. Dark fluid seeped from wounds that weren't quite visible, staining the ground with spots that moved like living things. "I don't disappear," Elena continued. "I sleep. I rest. I gather strength for the next collection. But the bargain I made requires renewal, requires sacrifice. 7 deaths every 70 years, paid in the coin of terror and corruption." "What bargain?" I asked, though part of me already knew I wouldn't like the answer. "Immortality, Sheriff. Or something close to it. When the influenza came to Millbrook, when it took my husband and children, I couldn't accept their loss. I reached out to forces older than your church, older than your civilization. I offered to serve as their collector, their harvester, in exchange for the power to transcend death." The pieces fell into place with horrible clarity. Elena Voss hadn't died in 1919, she'd been transformed. The murder reported in the newspaper had been her metamorphosis, her transition from living woman to supernatural predator. "But the bargain has a price," she continued. 7 deaths every 70 years, or I fade away entirely. And Sheriff, I'm still one short." She raised one translucent hand, and I felt something cold wrap around my throat. Not physical pressure, but something deeper and more fundamental. She was reaching for my life force, my essential vitality, preparing to drain it away like she had the others. But then something unexpected happened. Instead of the terror I'd expected to feel, I experienced a strange sense of calm. Maybe it was acceptance, or maybe just exhaustion from carrying this burden alone for 20 days. Either way, I found myself able to speak. "Elena," I said quietly, "look around you." She paused, yellow eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Look at what you've become," I continued. "Look at what you're doing to my town, to innocent people who never hurt you or yours. Is this what your husband and children would have wanted? Is this the legacy you hope to leave?" For just a moment, something flickered in those alien eyes. Something almost human. "They're gone," she whispered, and for the first time, her voice carried pain instead of hunger. "All of them gone. The influenza took them, and I couldn't save them. I couldn't protect them. And you can't bring them back," I said gently. "No matter how many people you kill, no matter how long you cling to this existence, they're still gone. All you're doing is creating more grief, more loss. More families torn apart by death." Elena Voss stared at me for a long moment, her form flickering between solid and translucent. Then, Without warning, she screamed, a sound of such pure anguish that windows shattered in houses miles away. The ground beneath my feet cracked and split, and every piece of metal in 100-yard radius instantly corroded to powder. When the sound faded, she was gone. I waited until dawn, but she didn't return. The 21st day came and went without a seventh death. Elena Voss had broken her own pattern, violated her ancient bargain, chosen mercy over murder. I don't know what happened to her after that night. Maybe she finally found peace, finally joined her family in whatever lies beyond death. Or maybe she's still out there somewhere, struggling with the weight of 70 years' worth of killing, trying to figure out how to make amends for the bargain she made in grief and desperation. What I do know is that Millbrook slowly returned to normal over the following weeks. The rust stains faded, the corrosion stopped spreading, and people began sleeping soundly again. No one ever found a satisfactory explanation for the deaths that occurred during those 20 days, but the official records list them all as natural causes or accidents. I served as sheriff for another 15 years after the Elena Voss incident, and nothing even remotely similar ever happened again. But sometimes, on quiet October nights when the wind carries the scent of dying leaves and distant rain, I think I can still smell copper pennies in the air. And sometimes, just sometimes, I wonder if Elena kept count differently than I did. If maybe there really were 7 deaths during those 21 days, and I just never found the 7th body. Or maybe I'm the 7th death, and I just haven't figured it out yet. Sleep well, friends of Sheriff Paranormal Files. Sleep well, and remember that some bargains exact a price long after we think the debt has been paid. End of recording. Sheriff Earl Hutchins retired from active duty in 2002 and passed away peacefully in his sleep in 2019. His case files, including detailed notes on the Elena Voss incident, were donated to the Sheriff Paranormal Files archive by his family. The events described in this recording have never been officially explained. The roses died first. Then the dogs. By the time we noticed, it was already too late. I've been sheriff of Millbrook for 37 years come October, and I've seen things that would make a grown man question his sanity. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for what happened during those 3 days in August of '97. The town hasn't been the same since, and neither have I. People ask me why I stay. Why I don't retire to Florida like every other old fool with a pension. Truth is, I can't leave. Not yet. Someone needs to remember what really happened here, and someone needs to make sure it doesn't happen again. The roses belonged to Martha Henley, who'd been tending the same flower beds outside the post office for longer than most folks had been breathing. Those roses were her pride. Deep red American beauties that bloomed fat and fragrant every summer, drawing bees from 3 counties over. Martha claimed her secret was coffee grounds and prayer, but I suspect it had more to do with the peculiar soil we have here in Millbrook. Our town sits in a valley between 2 ridges of limestone, and the ground has always been rich with minerals that make things grow strange. Vegetables grow too big, flowers bloom too bright, and sometimes the earth itself seems to pulse with a life all its own. The old-timers used to say the Cherokee avoided this valley, claimed it was cursed. I never put much stock in Indian superstitions until that August. It was a Tuesday morning when I first noticed the roses. I'd stopped by the post office to collect the weekly bulletins, same as I'd done every Tuesday for decades. But something felt wrong the moment I stepped out of the cruiser. The air was too still, too quiet. Even the sparrows that usually nested in the eaves had gone silent. That's when I saw them, Martha's prized roses, every last one of them black and withered, as if they'd been burned from the inside out. The petals hung like charred paper, and the stems had turned the color of old blood. But here's the thing that still gives me chills. There was no smell. No scent of decay, no trace of the sickly sweet perfume that usually accompanied dying flowers. Just nothing. Martha was crouched beside the flower bed, her gardening gloves dark with soil, staring at the destruction with the hollow eyes of a woman who'd lost something precious. She looked up when she heard my footsteps, and I saw tears cutting tracks through the dust on her cheeks. "Sheriff," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They were perfect yesterday. Perfect." I knelt beside her, studying the devastated roses. The soil around them was dry and cracked, despite the sprinkler system that had been running all night. It was as if something had sucked the very life from the earth itself. "Any idea what might have caused this?" I asked, though I already suspected this was beyond any normal explanation. Martha shook her head. "I've been gardening for 50 years, and I've never seen anything like it. It's like they just gave up." I made a note to call the County Agricultural Extension Office, though I doubted they'd have answers. In Millbrook, we'd learned to solve our own problems. The outside world rarely understood what happened in our little valley. The dogs started dying that evening. I was sitting on my porch, nursing a bourbon and trying to make sense of the rose situation, when I heard the first howl. It came from the direction of Elm Street, a long, mournful wail that seemed to echo off the surrounding hills. Then another joined it, and another, until the whole town was filled with the sound of dogs in distress. I grabbed my flashlight and headed out, following the sounds to their source. What I found made my blood run cold. Rex, old Bill Patterson's German shepherd, was lying in the middle of the street, his body convulsing as foam bubbled from his mouth. His eyes were wide with terror, and his breathing came in desperate gasps. By the time I reached him, he was already gone. 3 houses down, I found Sadie, the Cooperman's golden retriever, in the same condition. Then there was Buster, the stray that hung around the diner, and Cookie, Mrs. Templeton's ancient beagle. All dead, all showing the same symptoms: foam, convulsions, that look of absolute terror in their eyes. But here's what bothered me most: there was no smell. No trace of poison, no scent of anything that might have killed them. Just like the roses, they died without leaving any trace of what had taken their lives. I called Doc Henley, Martha's brother, and the closest thing we had to a veterinarian, but he was as puzzled as I was. "Never seen anything like it," he said, crouching beside Rex's still form. "Looks like poisoning, but I can't detect any trace of toxins. It's like they just stopped." By morning, 17 dogs were dead, and not a single cat had been affected. The few dogs that survived huddled in corners, whimpering and refusing to eat. Word spread fast in a town of 1,200, and by noon, half the population was gathered in the town square, demanding answers I didn't have. That's when I noticed something else strange. The usual smells of Millbrook, the aroma of fresh bread from Kowalski's bakery, the lingering scent of motor oil from Jake's garage, even the earthy smell of the creek that ran behind Main Street, all of it was gone. The air had become sterile, empty, as if the very essence of the town had been drained away. I mentioned this to Doc Henley, and he gave me a look that made my skin crawl. "You know, Sheriff," he said slowly, "I haven't been able to smell anything since yesterday morning. Thought I was coming down with something." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" "I can't smell anything. Nothing at all. Coffee, aftershave, even the antiseptic in my office, it's all gone." He looked around at the gathered crowd. "You might want to ask around. See if anyone else is having the same problem." I did exactly that, and what I found made my hands shake as I wrote in my incident report that night. Every single person I spoke to had lost their sense of smell, and it had happened at roughly the same time, sometime between Monday evening and Tuesday morning. The roses, the dogs, and now this. Whatever was happening in Millbrook, it was just getting started. The hardware store sold out of gas detectors by Wednesday afternoon. Not that anyone had asked for them specifically. It was old Pete Kowalski who first made the connection. Pete had worked for the gas company for 30 years before retiring to Millbrook, and he understood things about invisible dangers that the rest of us had never considered. "Sheriff," he said, cornering me outside the diner, "I've been thinking about what's happening here. Roses dying, dogs dropping dead, everybody losing their smell. You know what that sounds like to me?" I waited, though I had a sick feeling I already knew what he was going to say. "Gas leak," he said. "A big one. The kind that kills everything it touches, and you never know it's there until it's too late." The town had been built over a network of old limestone caves, and the gas company had run lines through some of them back in the 60s. If one of those lines had ruptured, if gas was seeping up through the porous rock. "But wouldn't we smell it?" I asked. Pete shook his head grimly. "Not this kind. Some gases, they attack your sense of smell first. Burn out your olfactory nerves before you even know they're there. Then they just keep building up, getting stronger and stronger, until—" He didn't need to finish the sentence. I called the gas company that afternoon, but they insisted their monitoring equipment showed no leaks in the Millbrook area. Their sensors were all reading normal, they said. No cause for concern. But I knew better. I'd lived in this town long enough to know when something was wrong, and everything about this situation screamed danger. The problem was, I didn't know what to do about it. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Pete's words, about invisible death seeping up through the ground beneath our feet. I thought about the roses, blackened and withered, and the dogs with their terrified eyes. I thought about the strange, sterile quality of the air, and the way sounds seemed to carry differently now, as if the very atmosphere had changed. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and drove through the empty streets of Millbrook. The town looked different in the darkness, older, more sinister. Shadows seemed to move when they shouldn't, and the streetlights cast everything in a sickly yellow glow that made my skin crawl. I found myself driving past Martha's post office, where the dead roses still hung like black flags in the flower beds. The sight of them made my stomach turn, but I forced myself to stop and take another look. That's when I noticed something that made my blood freeze in my veins. The roses weren't just dead, they were moving. Not in any wind, because there wasn't any wind that night. But the blackened petals were shifting, curling, as if something inside them was trying to get out. And as I watched, transfixed with horror, I saw tiny specks of light flickering deep within the withered blooms. I backed away from the flower bed, my hand instinctively moving to my service weapon, though I knew bullets would be useless against whatever this was. The roses continued their subtle dance, and I could swear I heard something, a whisper, maybe, or the sound of wings beating against glass. I didn't stick around to find out what it was. Thursday morning brought news that made my worst fears seem like child's play. Mrs. Templeton, the elderly woman who'd lost her beagle, was found dead in her kitchen, slumped over a cup of coffee that had gone cold hours earlier. Doc Henley couldn't find a cause of death. No heart attack, no stroke, no signs of violence. She'd simply stopped. But it was the look on her face that haunted me. The same expression of absolute terror I'd seen in the eyes of the dead dogs. Whatever had killed them had taken her too. I called the state police, but they were dealing with their own crisis. A chemical plant explosion 2 counties over had tied up every available resource. The earliest they could send someone was Monday. By then, I feared, Monday might be too late for all of us. More people started getting sick as the day wore on. Complaints of headaches, nausea, difficulty breathing. Doc Henley's office was packed with patients. but he couldn't find anything wrong with any of them. Their symptoms were real enough, but there was no medical explanation for what was causing them. I spent the afternoon trying to contact the gas company again, but they'd stopped returning my calls. Their monitoring equipment was still showing normal readings, they said. No leaks detected. That evening, I made a decision that probably saved what was left of Millbrook. I ordered a complete evacuation of the town. It wasn't easy. People don't like to leave their homes, especially when they don't understand why. But I'd been sheriff long enough to know when to trust my instincts, and every instinct I had was screaming that we needed to get out of that valley. Some folks resisted, of course. Bill Patterson refused to leave without his dog, not understanding that Rex was already dead. The Kowalski family wanted to stay and protect their bakery. But I was firm. Everyone out, no exceptions. By midnight, Millbrook was empty except for me and my deputy, a young man named Tommy who'd volunteered to help with the evacuation. We were doing one final sweep of the town when we heard the explosion. It came from somewhere deep underground, a rumbling that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. The streetlights flickered and went out, plunging the town into darkness. In the distance, I could see a strange glow emanating from the direction of the old limestone quarry. Tommy and I drove toward the light, not knowing what we'd find. What we discovered defied every natural law I thought I understood. The quarry was full of fire, not the orange flames of a normal blaze, but something cold and blue that seemed to burn without consuming. The fire rose from the depths of the earth like a living thing, reaching toward the sky with fingers of impossible light. And in that light I saw them. The roses. They were growing again, but not as they had before. These roses were wrong in every way, too large, too bright, their petals the color of fresh blood. They climbed the walls of the quarry in spirals, their thorns gleaming like broken glass. And they were moving, swaying in patterns that hurt to watch, as if they were dancing to music only they could hear. Tommy grabbed my arm. "Sheriff, look at the water." The quarry pool, which had always been clear and deep, was now black as tar. But it wasn't still. Something was moving beneath the surface, creating ripples that spread outward in perfect circles. As we watched, a bubble rose from the depths and burst, releasing a cloud of vapor that made the air shimmer like heat waves. "Gas," I whispered. "It's all gas." That's when I understood. The roses hadn't died from poison, they'd died from whatever was seeping up from the underground chambers. The dogs had been more sensitive to it than humans, so they died first. The gas had attacked our sense of smell, leaving us defenseless against the invisible threat. But something else was happening too, something that went beyond any natural gas leak. The roses growing in the quarry weren't just alive, they were thriving, fed by whatever was emerging from the earth. And the way they moved, the way they seemed to watch us. I don't know how long we stood there, transfixed by the impossible sight. Time seemed to have no meaning in that place. But eventually, common sense returned, and I grabbed Tommy's arm. "We need to go," I said. "Now." We ran back to the cruiser and drove straight to the roadblock we'd set up at the town limits. The state police had finally arrived, along with a team from the EPA and representatives from the gas company. They were arguing about jurisdiction when we pulled up, but the look on my face must have cut through their bureaucratic nonsense. "There's something down there," I told them. "Something that's been leaking gas for God knows how long. But it's not just gas anymore. It's something else." They didn't believe me, of course. Not until their own monitoring equipment started going crazy, detecting levels of methane and hydrogen sulfide that should have killed everyone in the valley. The gas company's sensors had been malfunctioning for weeks, giving false readings while the real danger built up underground. It took 3 days to cap the leak and another week to clear the contaminated air from the valley. When we finally returned to Millbrook, we found a town that had been fundamentally changed. The roses at the post office were gone, not dead, but completely absent, as if they'd never existed. The soil where they'd grown was smooth and barren, like glass. Most of the evacuated residents chose not to return. Can't say I blame them. The town felt different now, hollow in a way that had nothing to do with the reduced population. The air itself seemed thinner, as if something essential had been lost in those 3 days of terror. I stayed, of course. Someone had to. And sometimes, late at night when the wind is just right, I can still smell them. The roses. That sweet, cloying scent that speaks of beauty and death intertwined. The official report blamed the deaths on hydrogen sulfide poisoning from a ruptured gas line. The EPA cleaned up the contamination, the gas company paid out settlements, and Millbrook became just another small town with a tragic story. But I know the truth. The roses died first because they were trying to warn us. The dogs died because they were more sensitive to what was coming. And we lost our sense of smell because something down there in the limestone caves didn't want us to know what it was doing. I still don't know what those things were in the quarry that night. The investigators found no trace of the blue fire, no evidence of the impossible roses. But Tommy saw them too, and he's never been the same since. He transferred to another county within a month, said he couldn't stand the way the town felt anymore. The quarry is still there, filled with clear water and surrounded by normal earth. But I know what lies beneath. I can feel it sometimes, pulsing like a heartbeat deep in the limestone. Waiting. People ask me why I don't retire, why I don't leave this place and its memories behind. The truth is, I'm the only one left who remembers what really happened here. I'm the only one who knows what to watch for. Because the roses died first. Then the dogs. And someday, something else is going to die in Millbrook, and when it does, I need to be here to see it coming. The town has been quiet for 27 years now. New people have moved in, unaware of the history beneath their feet. Children play in the streets where the dogs once died, and someone even planted new roses outside the post office, though they never grow quite as well as Martha's did. But I remember. I remember the smell of nothing, the sight of impossible flowers, and the feeling that the earth itself was holding its breath. I remember the terror in dying eyes and the way time seemed to stop in the presence of something that should not exist. And sometimes, when the wind shifts just right and the moon is dark, I can smell them again. The roses. Sweet and terrible and wrong. They're still down there, I think. Waiting in the limestone caves, growing in the darkness, fed by whatever seeps up from the deep places of the earth. One day they'll bloom again, and when they do, I'll be ready. The roses died first. But they won't die last. That's a promise I intend to keep, for as long as I draw breath in this cursed valley we call home. End of file. Sheriff's Personal Case Notes, August 1997. I saw myself die on the footage. Now I just have to stop it. That's what I told my deputy when he brought me the memory card from the trail cam, still warm from the digital camera housing mounted on the old oak near Hemlock Creek. The image was grainy, timestamp reading 3 days into the future, showing a man in a sheriff's uniform, my uniform, sprawled face down in the pine needles beside the water, a dark stain spreading beneath his chest like spilled motor oil. The man in the footage was unmistakably me. Same weathered hands, same scar along the left jaw from a bar fight in '82, same way of wearing the badge slightly crooked because the pin had bent years ago, and I'd never bothered fixing it. Even the small tear in my shirt sleeve from catching it on a fence post last Tuesday was there, clear as day. But this was Thursday, and I was standing in my office very much alive, holding a cup of coffee that had gone cold while I stared at the impossible image on my computer screen. Millbrook had always been the kind of town where strange things happened quietly, like a stone dropped in still water. The ripples spread, but the surface always settled back to mirror smooth. Population 2,847 according to the last census, though that number felt generous considering how many houses stood empty on Elm Street, their windows dark even in daylight. The kind of place where folks minded their own business, where asking too many questions was considered poor manners, and where the local paper ran the same obituary format it had used since 1954. I'd been sheriff here for 31 years, long enough to know that some mysteries weren't meant to be solved, just managed. Like the way dogs refused to walk past the old Henley place, or how the street lights on Maple Avenue flickered in sequence every night at 11:47, or why the water in Hemlock Creek ran warm even in January. You learn to live with these things, the way you learn to live with a bad knee or a leaky roof, acknowledgement without exploration. But this trail cam footage was different. This demanded attention. The camera belonged to Earl Hutchins, a retired postal worker who'd taken to monitoring the deer population after his wife passed. Earl was methodical about everything, checking the camera every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday like clockwork, cataloging the images in a spiral notebook he kept in his kitchen drawer. He'd been doing this for 3 years without anything more interesting than the occasional black bear or a group of teenagers drinking beer where they shouldn't. Earl had brought the memory card to my office because he was confused, not frightened. That would come later. "Sheriff," he'd said, settling his thin frame into the chair across from my desk. "This thing's acting up. Got pictures dated ahead of time, and I can't make heads or tails of what I'm looking at." The first image showed a deer, a doe with her fawn, both looking directly at the camera as if they knew they were being watched. Nothing unusual there. The second showed the same spot at night, empty except for the pale glow of moonlight on the creek. Also normal. The third image was where things got interesting. It showed a woman I didn't recognize standing in the creek with her back to the camera. She was wearing a white dress that seemed to glow in the infrared light, her long hair hanging wet and dark between her shoulder blades. The timestamp read 11:47 p.m., 2 days from now. "You recognize her?" I asked Earl. He shook his head. "Never seen her before. But that's not what's bothering me." He was right to be bothered. The woman in the photograph cast no reflection in the water. The fourth image showed the same woman, but now she was turned toward the camera. Where her face should have been, there was only darkness, not shadow, but an absence of light so complete it seemed to pull at your eyes when you looked at it. The timestamp read 11:48 p.m. The fifth image was the one that made Earl drive straight to my office instead of going home to think about it. It showed me, lying dead beside the creek, my blood mixing with the water while that faceless woman stood watching from the opposite bank. Timestamp 11:49 p.m., 3 days from now. "Earl," I said, keeping my voice steady, "you tell anyone else about this?" "No, sir. Came straight here." "Good. I want you to go home and not mention this to anyone. Not your neighbor, not the clerk at the grocery store, not even your own reflection. You understand?" Earl nodded, but I could see the questions gathering behind his eyes like storm clouds. He was the type who'd chew on this mystery until it consumed him, and that worried me more than the photographs themselves. After he left, I sat alone in my office until the sun started its descent toward the horizon, painting the walls amber and gold. The building was quiet except for the occasional creak of settling wood and the distant hum of the air conditioning unit that never quite managed to cool the place properly. I'd closed the images on my computer screen, but they remained burned into my vision like the afterimage of a camera flash. The rational part of my mind, the part that had solved 3 decades worth of domestic disputes, petty theft, and the occasional more serious crime, insisted there had to be an explanation. Cameras malfunctioned. Digital timestamps could be corrupted. The images could be from an old memory card Earl had forgotten about, or perhaps someone was playing an elaborate prank. But the irrational part, the part that had kept me alive through a dozen dangerous situations by whispering warnings I couldn't quite explain, was already preparing for the possibility that the impossible might be true. That evening, I drove out to Hemlock Creek. The dirt access road was rutted and narrow, winding through pine trees that grew so thick they blocked most of the dying light. I'd driven this route countless times over the years, responding to calls about suspicious activity, checking on reports of vandalism, once investigating a claim that someone was dumping chemicals in the water that turned out to be nothing more than iron deposits from an old mine shaft upstream. Earl's trail camera was mounted about 8 feet up the trunk of a massive oak tree, its metal housing weathered but secure. The creek gurgled quietly nearby, its sound like whispered conversations you couldn't quite make out. The air smelled of pine needles and something else, something sweet and organic, like flowers left too long in water. I examined the area where the photographs had been taken, looking for any sign that someone had been staging scenes. The ground near the creek was soft, and it should have held footprints, but I found nothing. No disturbed vegetation, no scuff marks on the rocks, no indication that anyone had been wading in the water wearing a white dress. As I knelt beside the creek, running my fingers through the cool water, I noticed something odd. The bottom was smooth stone, worn by decades of current, but there was a section directly in front of the camera where the stones were arranged in a perfect circle. Not naturally, the placement was too deliberate, too symmetrical. Someone had moved them, and recently, because they were clean of the algae that coated everything else underwater. I was still crouched by the water when I heard the sound. It was subtle at first, like wind through the trees, but as I listened more carefully, I realized it was voices. Multiple voices, speaking in unison, but too distant and distorted to make out words. The sound seemed to come from upstream, carried by the water itself. I followed the creek for about a quarter mile, pushing through undergrowth that caught at my uniform and left small tears in the fabric. The voices grew clearer as I walked, and I began to recognize the cadence of a chant or prayer, though the language was nothing I'd ever heard before. The creek took a sharp bend around a cluster of birch trees, and that's where I found them. 7 people stood in the water, arranged in a perfect circle around the stone formation I'd noticed earlier. They were all wearing white, not dresses like the woman in the photograph, but simple white clothing that seemed to glow in the fading light. Their faces were obscured by the distance and the shadows of the trees, but their voices carried clearly now, rising and falling in a rhythm that made my skin crawl. I reached for my radio to call for backup, but stopped when I realized something was wrong with the scene. The people in the water weren't moving. They stood perfectly still, their voices continuing the chant, but their bodies were as motionless as statues. No sway with the current, no shift of weight from foot to foot, no natural human movement at all. And then I noticed the smell. That sweet, organic scent was stronger here, mixed with something metallic that reminded me of old pennies left in the rain. I backed away slowly, trying not to make any noise, but a branch snapped under my foot. The chanting stopped immediately. 7 heads turned toward me in perfect unison. I couldn't see their faces clearly in the shadows, but I could feel their attention like a physical weight pressing against my chest. For a moment that stretched like hours, we stared at each other across the distance of dark water and darker trees. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the scene dissolved. The figures in the water were gone, leaving only the gentle sound of the creek and the whisper of wind through the pines. I was alone in the woods with my heart hammering against my ribs, and the absolute certainty that I had seen something that wasn't meant for human eyes. I made it back to my patrol car without incident, but my hands were shaking so badly I had trouble getting the key in the ignition. As I drove back toward town, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was following me through the trees just beyond the reach of my headlights. The next morning brought Mrs. Henley to my office, her face drawn with worry and exhaustion. "Sheriff," she said, settling into the chair Earl had occupied the day before, "I need to report my daughter missing." I knew Mrs. Henley by reputation, a widow who kept to herself, lived in the old house on Elm Street where the dogs wouldn't walk past. Her daughter Sarah was 16, a quiet girl who helped out at the library after school and had never caused trouble a day in her life. "When did you last see her?" I asked, pulling out an incident report form. "Yesterday evening. She said she was going for a walk to clear her head before her history test. She's been stressed about her grades lately." Mrs. Henley's voice was steady, but I could see the fear in her eyes. "She never came home." "Did she say where she was planning to walk?" "No, but she likes the creek. Says the sound of the water helps her think." The pencil snapped in my hand. I spent the day organizing a search party, calling in favors from neighboring counties, and trying to push down the growing certainty that Sarah Henley was connected to the photographs on Earl's trail camera. The timestamp on the image showing the woman in white was still 24 hours away, but I had a sick feeling that we were already too late. The search turned up nothing. No footprints, no torn clothing, no sign that Sarah had ever been near the creek. But as evening approached, I found myself drawn back to the spot where Earl's camera watched the water. This time, I brought backup, Deputy Martinez, a solid young man who joined the force 2 years ago and had never seen anything stranger than a drunk tourist trying to feed the bears. I didn't tell him about the photographs or what I'd witnessed the night before. I just said we were investigating a possible connection between the missing girl and activity near the creek. We arrived at sunset, the sky painted in shades of orange and purple that would have been beautiful under different circumstances. The camera was still in its place, its red recording light blinking steadily. The creek murmured its endless conversation with the stones. "What exactly are we looking for, Sheriff?" Martinez asked, adjusting his duty belt. Before I could answer, the chanting began. This time it was louder, more distinct, and Martinez heard it too. His hand moved instinctively to his weapon, and I saw his eyes widen as he scanned the darkening woods for the source of the sound. "7 voices," he whispered, speaking in unison. "You recognize the language?" He shook his head, but his expression was troubled. "My grandmother used to tell stories about the old words, the ones that were spoken before the Spanish came. This sounds familiar, but wrong somehow. Like someone remembered the melody but forgot the meaning." The voices grew louder, and now we could see lights moving through the trees upstream. Not flashlights or torches, but a pale, cold illumination that seemed to come from the air itself. "Sheriff," Martinez said, his voice tight with control, "we should call for backup." "No," I said, surprising myself with the firmness of my response. "This is something we need to handle ourselves." We followed the sound and the lights, moving carefully through the undergrowth. The sweet, organic smell was stronger tonight, mixed with that metallic scent that reminded me of blood. As we rounded the bend in the creek, I saw them again, the 7 figures in white, standing in their perfect circle around the stone formation. But this time, there was an 8th figure in the center of the circle. Sarah Henley stood waist deep in the water, her arms raised above her head, her mouth open in a scream that made no sound. The pale light emanated from her skin, growing brighter with each syllable of the chant that surrounded her. "Jesus Christ," Martinez breathed. I was already moving, splashing into the creek with my weapon drawn, though I had no idea what I was planning to shoot. The water was ice cold, so cold it made my bones ache, and with each step I took toward the circle, the chanting grew louder and more urgent. "Sarah!" I shouted. "Sarah, can you hear me?" The girl's head turned toward me, and I saw that her eyes were solid white, no pupils, no iris, just the blank stare of someone looking at things beyond the visible world. Her mouth continued to move, but no sound came out. The screaming was happening somewhere else, in some dimension that overlapped with ours but remained mercifully inaudible. The 7 figures around her began to move closer, tightening their circle. I could see their faces now, and I wished I couldn't. They were human, but wrong, features that didn't quite align properly, skin that had the waxy quality of something that had been underwater too long, eyes that reflected light like an animal's. "Stop!" I commanded, raising my weapon. "Back away from the girl!" They ignored me completely, their chant reaching a crescendo that made the water around Sarah begin to bubble and steam. The light emanating from her skin grew brighter, so bright I had to squint to look at her. That's when I realized what was happening. They weren't trying to hurt Sarah. They were trying to use her as a conduit for something else. The stone circle, the chanting, the impossible light, it was all part of a ritual designed to tear open a doorway between worlds. And in 36 hours, something was going to come through that doorway and kill me. I fired 3 shots into the air, the reports echoing off the trees like thunder. The chanting stopped immediately, and the 7 figures turned toward me with expressions of mild annoyance, as if I were an insect that had wandered into their sacred space. Sarah collapsed into the water. I lunged forward, grabbing her under the arms and dragging her toward the bank. She was unconscious but breathing, her skin fever-hot despite the cold water. Martinez waded in to help me, and together we carried her to dry ground. When I looked back, the 7 figures were gone. But the stone circle remained, and the water above it continued to bubble like a pot left too long on the stove. We took Sarah to the county hospital, where the doctors found nothing wrong with her except mild hypothermia and exhaustion. She had no memory of the evening, no recollection of walking to the creek or standing in the water. As far as she was concerned, she'd gone for a walk to clear her head and had somehow fallen asleep in the woods. I didn't tell her mother about the ritual or the figures in white. I just said we'd found her by the creek, disoriented but unharmed, and that she should probably see a counselor to help process whatever trauma had caused her to black out. But I couldn't stop thinking about the timestamp on the trail camera footage. Less than 36 hours until I was supposed to die beside that same creek, with a faceless woman watching from the opposite bank. I spent the next day researching everything I could find about the history of Hemlock Creek and the surrounding area. The County Historical Society had boxes of old documents, maps, and newspaper clippings that painted a picture of a place where strange things had always happened. The creek had been considered sacred by the indigenous people who lived here before European settlement. They called it the Watching Water, and believed it was a place where the spirits of the dead could communicate with the living. Early settlers reported seeing lights in the woods and hearing voices speaking in unknown languages. There were stories of people who went missing near the creek, only to be found days later with no memory of where they'd been. In 1923, a local man named Thomas Blackwood claimed he'd seen his own death in the water's reflection. He spent weeks trying to change his fate, but ultimately died exactly as he'd envisioned, drowned in the creek while trying to prevent his own drowning. In 1954, a family of 5 disappeared from their campsite near the creek. Their bodies were never found, but their belongings were discovered arranged in a perfect circle on the creek bottom, weighed down with stones. The pattern repeated itself every few decades. People would see things that hadn't happened yet. They would try to change the future they'd witnessed. Sometimes they succeeded in delaying it, but the outcome was always the same. The creek was patient. The creek always won. As evening approached, I found myself driving back to the trail camera location. I told myself I was going to remove the camera, to prevent any more impossible photographs from being taken. But deep down, I knew I was going because I had to. The future I'd seen in the photograph was calling to me like a siren song, and I was powerless to resist. Martinez volunteered to come with me, but I refused. This was something I needed to face alone. The sun was setting as I parked on the access road and walked the familiar path to the creek. The trail camera was still there, its red light blinking steadily. I climbed the oak tree and retrieved the memory card, then sat on a fallen log to review the new images on my phone. The first few were normal: deer, raccoons, a fox that had paused to drink from the creek. But the last image, taken just an hour ago, made my blood run cold. It showed me, sitting on the log where I was sitting now, looking at my phone. The timestamp read 6:47 p.m., exactly the current time. But in the photograph, there was a second figure standing behind me, just at the edge of the frame. A woman in white with no face, reaching toward me with pale, elongated fingers. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just trees and shadows and the endless murmur of the water. My phone chimed with a text message. Unknown number. The water remembers everything. Another chime. Some futures cannot be changed. And another. 11:49 p.m. Tonight. I deleted the messages and threw the phone into the creek. It hit the water with a splash and disappeared into the dark depths, but I could still hear it ringing somewhere beneath the stones. The sound of my own ringtone, playing under the water, calling to me from a place I couldn't reach. As darkness fell, I sat by the creek and waited. The chanting began around 11:30, distant at first but growing closer. I could see the pale lights moving through the trees, and I knew they were coming for me. But I was ready this time. I had my weapon, my training, and 31 years of experience dealing with the impossible. I was going to change the future I'd seen in the photograph, or die trying. The 7 figures emerged from the trees at 11:45, moving in their synchronized formation toward the water. But tonight there was no Sarah Henley to use as a conduit. Tonight they would have to work with what they had. They arranged themselves in their circle, but instead of chanting, they simply stood and waited. The woman in white, the faceless one from the photographs, stepped out of the shadows on the opposite bank and began walking across the water toward me. I raised my weapon and fired. The bullet passed through her without effect, hitting a tree behind her with a sharp crack. She continued walking, her feet somehow finding purchase on the surface of the creek, her white dress trailing in the water like spilled milk. "You're not real," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "You're just a projection, a reflection of something that hasn't happened yet." She paused in the middle of the creek, tilting her head as if considering my words. When she spoke, her voice came from everywhere at once: the water, the trees, the stones beneath my feet. "Reality is a matter of perspective, Sheriff. From where I stand, you died 3 days ago. From where you stand, you're about to die in 4 minutes. The truth depends on when you're standing. Then I'll change when I'm standing." I turned and ran. Behind me, I heard the sound of water rushing, as if the entire creek was rising to follow me. The pale light grew brighter, turning the trees into stark silhouettes and making my shadow dance wildly across the ground. I made it to my patrol car and gunned the engine, spraying dirt and pine needles as I accelerated down the access road. In my rearview mirror, I could see the lights still moving through the trees, but they were falling behind. I had done it. I had changed the future. But as I reached the main road, my radio crackled to life. "Sheriff, this is dispatch. We have a report of a vehicle accident on Highway 9, near the Hemlock Creek Bridge. Single car, looks like the driver lost control and went into the water. Can you respond? I looked at the clock on my dashboard. 11:49 p.m. Copy that, dispatch. I'm en route. I drove to the accident scene knowing what I would find. The patrol car in the water, its headlights still glowing beneath the surface. The figure in the sheriff's uniform, face down in the creek beside the overturned vehicle. Myself, exactly as I'd appeared in the trail camera photograph. But I was standing on the bridge, very much alive, watching the recovery team pull my body from the water. The body that looked exactly like me, down to the scar on the jaw and the tear in the shirt sleeve. Hell of a thing, Martinez said, appearing beside me. Looks just like you, doesn't it? I nodded, not trusting my voice. Think he was running from something? I looked across the creek toward the woods where the lights still danced between the trees. The 7 figures in white stood on the bank, watching us work. The faceless woman stood among them, her empty gaze fixed on me. Yeah, I said. I think he was. The coroner's report listed the cause of death as drowning, with a contributing factor of blunt force trauma consistent with the vehicle accident. The body was identified as Sheriff Thomas Brennan based on dental records and physical characteristics, though several people noted that Sheriff Brennan seemed to be taking his own death remarkably well. I continued working as sheriff for another 3 years, though I never went back to Hemlock Creek. Earl Hutchins moved his trail camera to a different location after it started showing images of things that hadn't happened yet. Or maybe things that had happened in a world running parallel to ours, where the timeline was slightly different and the future bled through into the present. The creek continued to bubble where the stone's circle lay beneath the surface. The 7 figures continued their rituals, calling things through from whatever dimension they inhabited. And sometimes, late at night when the wind was just right, you could still hear the sound of a phone ringing under the water. My phone, calling from a future where I had died trying to change my fate. The truth is, I never figured out if I saved myself or if something else took my place. All I know is that the water remembers everything, and some futures are more persistent than others. The faceless woman still visits sometimes, standing at the edge of town where the streetlights don't quite reach. She doesn't speak anymore, just watches and waits. I think she's trying to figure out how I slipped through the cracks in time, how I managed to be both dead and alive at once. I wish I could tell her, but I honestly don't know. Maybe that's the real horror of it all, not knowing whether you've beaten fate, or just borrowed time from a future that's still waiting to collect its due. Every morning I wake up and check the calendar, counting the days since my death, wondering if today will be the day the creek decides to balance the books. But until then, I keep doing my job. I keep protecting the people of Millbrook from the things they don't understand, the mysteries that are better left unsolved. And I stay away from trail cameras. Because sometimes, the future is something you're better off not seeing. I touched her wrist. It was like ice. Then my partner dropped dead before my eyes. That was 37 years ago, but I can still feel the cold of her skin against my fingertips when I close my eyes at night. Some things burrow into you and stay there, like splinters of memory that never work their way out. This is one of those things. Millbrook in 1987 wasn't much different than it is now. A town that time forgot, nestled between hills that seemed to watch you with old, patient eyes. Population 2,847 then, might be 2,600 now. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone's business, except when they don't want to know. And sometimes, that's when knowing might save your life. It was the 3rd week of July, the kind of heat that makes the asphalt shimmer and the air thick as honey. The thermometer outside the station had been stuck at 96 degrees for 3 days straight, and the drought had turned Miller's Creek into nothing more than a trickle of brown water threading through cracked mud. Even the cicadas had gone quiet. Deputy Frank Mullen was 28 then, fresh-faced and eager in the way that made me feel ancient at 45. He'd been with the department for 2 years, and I'd grown fond of him in the way you do with someone who reminds you of your better self. Frank had a wife named Susan and twin girls who were just learning to walk. He showed me pictures every week. We were sitting in the station that morning, the oscillating fan pushing the hot air around like soup, when Mrs. Henley called in about the woman. "Sheriff, there's a woman walking down Main Street," she said, her voice tight with the kind of concern that small-town people reserve for strangers. She's not dressed proper for the weather." I asked what she meant by that. "She's wearing a long dress, dark blue, looks like wool. Heavy wool. And she's barefoot, Sheriff. Walking right down the center of the street like she owns it." Main Street in Millbrook runs straight as a ruler from the old Methodist church on the north end to the grain elevator on the south. 3 blocks of shops and offices that have been there since my grandfather's time, when the railroad still brought prosperity instead of just the long, lonesome whistle that wakes you at 3 in the morning. Frank and I drove the 4 blocks from the station to Main Street, and that's when we saw her. She was standing in front of Henderson's Hardware, perfectly still, like she was studying something in the window display. But Henderson's had been closed for 2 weeks while old Jim recovered from his hip surgery, and the windows were empty except for dust and dead flies. The woman was tall, maybe 5'8", with black hair that hung straight down her back to her waist. Mrs. Henley had been right about the dress, dark blue wool that looked like it weighed 20 pounds, with long sleeves and a high collar that buttoned up to her throat. In that heat, just looking at her made me sweat. But it was her feet that made my skin crawl. Bare, pale as winter snow, and she was standing on asphalt that had to be hot enough to fry an egg. I'd seen enough heat stroke cases to know that anyone walking barefoot on that street should be dancing and cursing, not standing still as a statue. "Should we approach her?" Frank asked. I nodded, but something about the way she stood there made me want to drive away and pretend we'd never seen her. Instead, I parked the cruiser and we got out. The heat hit us like a physical thing. It rose from the asphalt in waves, and I could feel my uniform shirt sticking to my back before we'd taken 3 steps. But as we got closer to the woman, something changed. The air around her felt different. Cooler. Like walking into the shadow of a cloud, except there wasn't a cloud in the sky. "Ma'am?" I called out when we were still 10 feet away. "Ma'am, are you all right?" She turned toward us, and I got my first good look at her face. She was young, maybe 25, with pale skin and dark eyes that seemed too large for her face. Pretty in a way that made you think of old photographs and funeral parlors. When she looked at me, I felt something cold settle in my chest, like I'd swallowed ice water. "I'm looking for someone," she said. Her voice was soft, barely above a whisper, but I heard every word clear as a bell. "Have you seen him?" "Who are you looking for?" Frank asked, stepping forward. That was Frank, always eager to help, always wanting to do the right thing. "He promised he'd wait," she said, and for the first time, she smiled. It was a terrible smile, the kind that doesn't reach the eyes. "He promised he'd wait for me." That's when I noticed her breath. In 96-degree heat, with the sun beating down on us like a hammer, I could see her breath. Little puffs of vapor, like it was January instead of July. "Ma'am, I think you might be suffering from heat exhaustion," I said, reaching for my radio to call for an ambulance. "We need to get you somewhere cool." "I am cool," she said and laughed. The sound was like wind chimes made of bone. "I'm always cool now." Frank moved closer, and that's when it happened. He reached out, maybe to take her arm, to lead her to the cruiser. But before he could touch her, she extended her hand to him. "Would you like to feel?" she asked. And Frank, God help him, took her hand in his. I saw his face change. The color drained out of it like someone had pulled a plug, and his eyes went wide. Not surprised wide, terrified wide. He tried to pull his hand away, but she held on, and I could see his breath now too, coming out in little white puffs. "Let go of him," I said, but my voice sounded far away, like I was talking through water. She looked at me, still smiling that awful smile, and released Frank's hand. He stumbled backward, gasping, and I reached for him just as he collapsed. That's when I touched her wrist. It was like grabbing a piece of dry ice. The cold shot up my arm and into my chest, and for a moment I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but feel that bone-deep chill spreading through my body like poison. Then Frank started convulsing on the asphalt, his back arching, his hands clawing at his throat. I let go of the woman and dropped to my knees beside him, but I could already see it was too late. His lips were blue, his skin was gray, and his eyes looked like winter. He died right there on Main Street, in the middle of a July heat wave, and when the paramedics finally arrived 20 minutes later, his body temperature was 68 degrees. The woman was gone by then. I'd been so focused on Frank that I hadn't seen her leave, but when I looked up, she was nowhere to be found. Like she just melted into the heat shimmer. The official cause of death was cardiac arrest brought on by an unknown medical condition. The coroner, Dr. Reeves, said he'd never seen anything like it. A healthy 28-year-old man, no history of heart problems, no drugs in his system, dead from what looked like extreme hypothermia in the middle of a summer day. "It's like his blood froze," Reeves told me privately. "I know that's impossible, but that's what it looks like." I didn't tell him about the woman. Not then. I wasn't ready to sound like I'd lost my mind. But over the next week, things started happening around town. Small things at first, the kind you might dismiss if you weren't looking for them. Martha Kellerman's prize roses, the ones that had been blooming beautifully all summer, withered overnight. Not from the heat. They turned black and brittle, like they'd been hit by frost. The Hendricks boy found his goldfish floating dead in their bowl, and when he touched the water, it was ice cold. In a house with no air conditioning, in heat that made you dizzy just walking outside. Mrs. Patterson's cat came home with frostbite on its paws. Frostbite. In July. I started asking questions quietly, carefully. Had anyone else seen a woman in a blue dress? Had anyone noticed anything unusual? What I found was a pattern. Every place that woman had walked, death followed. Not immediately, not obviously, but it followed. The Zimmerman's old dog died in his sleep, curled up in his favorite sunny spot in the backyard. When they found him the next morning, there was ice in his water bowl. 3 blocks of Mrs. Patterson's vegetable garden turned brown and died, as if winter had reached out and touched them with one cold finger. And then the story started. Old Pete Morrison, who ran the bait shop down by the creek, said he'd seen her standing by the water's edge just before dawn. When he went to check on his minnow tanks later that morning, every single fish was dead, floating belly up in water that steamed in the morning heat. Amy Sinclair swore she saw the woman walking past her house around midnight, and when Amy looked out her window the next morning, every flower in her front yard was dead. But not just dead, frozen solid, like they'd been dipped in liquid nitrogen. I started patrolling more, driving the streets at all hours, looking for her. Because by then I knew what I was dealing with, even if I couldn't say it out loud. Whatever that woman was, she wasn't human. Not anymore. It was on a Tuesday night, 2 weeks after Frank died, that I found her again. I was driving past the old cemetery, the one behind the Methodist church where they'd been burying Millbrook's dead since 1847, when I saw a figure among the headstones. Tall still, wearing a dark dress that didn't move in the humid night air. I parked the cruiser and walked through the wrought iron gates, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The beam caught her about 30 yards in, standing beside a grave marker that was older than the town itself. She was reading the headstone, her lips moving silently, and when she heard my footsteps she looked up. "I found him," she said, and her voice was full of a joy that made my skin crawl. "I found him at last." I walked closer, keeping my distance, and aimed the flashlight at the grave marker she'd been reading. The inscription was worn smooth by decades of weather, but I could just make out the words. William Clayton, beloved husband, 1862 to 1891. He waits for his bride. "That's him," she whispered, and knelt beside the grave. "He promised he'd wait for me." "Who are you?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. She looked up at me, and in the glow of my flashlight her eyes were like chips of black ice. "Sarah Clayton," she said. "I was Sarah Clayton before the fever took me. Before they buried me in the hard ground while he was away fighting the war. The Civil War ended in 1865, I said. That was over 100 years ago. Time moves differently when you're cold, she said, and began digging at the grave with her bare hands. When you're always cold. I watched her claw at the earth, her pale hands moving with inhuman strength, and I understood then what I was seeing. What I'd been seeing all along. She was digging down to him. Down to bones that had been waiting in the dark for over a century. "I came back," she whispered as she dug. "I came back like I promised. Through the cold, through the dark, through all the years between. I came back for him." The earth around her hands began to steam in the humid air, and I realized she was freezing the ground as she dug, making it brittle enough to break apart. Ice crystals formed on the grass around the grave, spreading outward in delicate patterns like frost on a window. "You have to stop," I said, though I had no idea how to make her stop. "You're killing people. Innocent people." She paused and looked at me with those terrible eyes. "The cold follows me," she said. "I can't help what I am. I can't help what I bring. But I can't rest thither. Not until I'm with him again." And then she smiled, that awful smile I'd seen on Main Street, and I knew what was coming. "Would you like to feel?" she asked, extending one dirt-covered hand toward me. "Would you like to know what forever feels like?" I ran. God help me, I turned and ran like a coward, leaving her there in the cemetery with her impossible task. I ran all the way back to my cruiser and drove home, where I sat in my kitchen until dawn, drinking coffee and trying to convince myself it had all been a nightmare. But when I drove past the cemetery the next morning, I could see the hole she'd dug. 6 feet down, perfectly round, with frozen earth piled around it like dirty snow. The grave was empty. She was gone after that. The woman in the blue dress, Sarah Clayton, the thing that brought winter with her wherever she walked. Gone like she'd never existed, except for the trail of small deaths she'd left behind and the memory of ice-cold skin against my fingertips. I never told anyone the whole truth. How could I? Who would believe that a woman who died in 1891 had come back looking for her beloved, leaving frost and death in her wake? Who would believe that love could be so strong, so desperate, that it could reach across a century and pull someone back from whatever cold place the dead inhabit? But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And sometimes, on the hottest summer days when the heat makes the air shimmer and dance, I think about Sarah Clayton and wonder where she went. Did she find him? Did she take whatever remained of William Clayton away with her to some place where lovers never have to say goodbye? Or is she still out there somewhere, still searching, still bringing winter with her as she walks barefoot through a world that's forgotten her name? I retired 5 years after Frank died. Couldn't shake the feeling that I'd failed him somehow, that I should have done more, should have known more, should have been brave enough to stay and watch what happened in that cemetery. His widow remarried, moved away with the twins. I get a Christmas card sometimes, with pictures of the girls. They're grown women now, with children of their own. Frank would have been 65 this year. I still live in Millbrook, still drive these same streets where it all happened. The town hasn't changed much. Same shops, same houses, same cemetery where she dug down through frozen ground to find what was left of her love. But sometimes, when the temperature drops unexpectedly in the middle of summer, when ice forms on windows that should be warm to the touch, when flowers die for no reason and dogs whimper in the night, I wonder if she's back. I wonder if she's still looking. And I wonder what I'll do if I ever see her again, standing still as death in her heavy blue dress, her bare feet on the hot asphalt, her dark eyes scanning the faces of the living as she searches for something that can never be found. Because some kinds of love don't die, even when they should. Some kinds of love just get colder and hungrier and more desperate with each passing year, until they become something else entirely. Something that kills with a touch and freezes the blood in your veins and makes you understand that there are worse things than dying alone. There are worse things than not being found. I touched her wrist, and it was like ice. Then my partner dropped dead before my eyes, and I learned that some promises are kept no matter what the cost, no matter how many innocent people have to pay the price. That was 37 years ago, and I still check the obituaries every morning, looking for a pattern. Looking for the telltale signs of impossible death and impossible heat. Because I know she's out there somewhere, still walking, still searching, still bringing winter with her as she goes. And someday, on some hot summer morning when the heat makes you dizzy and the air tastes like copper pennies, you might see her too. A tall woman in a blue dress, walking barefoot down your street, looking for someone who promised to wait. If you do, don't touch her. Don't even get close. Because the cold she carries isn't just the cold of death. It's the cold of love that refused to die, and that's the most dangerous cold of all. The last guest who asked about the voices checked out without his skin. That's what old Pete Kowalski told me 43 years ago, standing in the lobby of the Sleepy Pines Motel with his maintenance keys jangling in his weathered hands. I was young then, maybe 28, with a badge that still gleamed and a certainty about the world that time has long since worn smooth as creek stones. Pete's words should have struck me as the ramblings of a man who'd spent too many nights alone with bourbon and loneliness. But something in his roomy eyes suggested otherwise. The Sleepy Pines sits on Route 9, about 14 miles outside town where the asphalt starts to buckle and the pine trees lean in close like they're listening to secrets. Built in 1952 by a man named Theodore Marsh, it had the look of a place that had given up trying to be cheerful sometime during the Eisenhower administration. 12 units arranged in an L shape around a cracked parking lot, each door painted the same shade of green that reminded me of pond scum in August. I'd driven out there on a Tuesday morning in October because the state police had called about a disturbance. Nothing specific, they'd said. Just a complaint from a trucker who'd tried to get some sleep and ended up driving straight through to Buffalo rather than spend another hour in room 7. The complaint itself was vague, something about voices keeping him awake. But what caught my attention was that it was the third such call in 2 months. Different guests, different rooms, same complaint. Pete met me in the office, a cramped space that smelled of coffee grounds and that particular mustiness that settles into places where the carpet has been damped too many times. Behind him, A wall-mounted television played a soap opera with the sound turned down, the actors' faces glowing pale and desperate in the blue light. "Sheriff," he said, not looking particularly surprised to see me. "Figured you'd turn up eventually." Pete had run the motel for nearly 20 years by then, ever since Theodore Marsh had put a shotgun in his mouth and redecorated the ceiling of room 12. The story was that Marsh had lost his wife to cancer and his savings to medical bills, but Pete always insisted there was more to it. Something about the way Marsh would stand in the parking lot at night, listening to something the rest of us couldn't hear. "Tell me about the voices," I said, settling into a chair that creaked like old bones. Pete poured coffee from a pot that looked like it had been brewing since the Korean War and handed me a cup. The liquid was black as motor oil and twice as thick. "Started maybe 3 months ago," he said, lowering himself into the chair behind the desk. "Guest in room 4, traveling salesman from Detroit. Comes down around midnight, white as Sunday laundry. Says he can hear people talking under his floor. Crying mostly. Sometimes screaming." The coffee tasted like it had been filtered through charcoal and regret. I set it aside and pulled out my notebook, though I had a feeling this wasn't the kind of thing that could be captured in neat, official lines. "You check under the room?" "Course I did. Nothing there but dirt and foundation stones. Crawl space ain't but 18 inches high, and it's dry as August. Been that way since the place was built." Pete's fingers drummed against the desk, a nervous rhythm that seemed to match the tick of the clock on the wall. Outside, a semi rumbled past on Route 9, its engine noise swallowed quickly by the pressing silence of the pines. "Could be pipes," I suggested. "Sound carries strange sometimes." "Pipes don't weep," Pete said quietly. "And they don't call out names." That stopped me cold. "Names?" "Different ones each time. The salesman from Detroit said he heard someone calling for Margaret over and over. Woman last week in room 3 heard a child crying for Mama. Trucker who called you folks said it was a man's voice, deep and desperate, calling out, 'Helen, Helen, where are you, Helen?'" I wrote it down, though my handwriting looked shaky even to me. Something about the way Pete spoke those names made them seem heavy, weighted with a sorrow that had nowhere to go but down into the earth beneath the sleepy pines. "Any idea who these people might be?" Pete was quiet for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the soap opera screen where a woman in pearls was apparently receiving devastating news in slow motion. "Theodore Marsh's wife was named Margaret," he said finally. "Died in 51, year before he built this place. There's a Helen Donovan buried in the cemetery downtown. Died in 73, car accident out on Route 9. Hit a tree not half a mile from here. And there was a boy who went missing in 68, Tommy Brennan. Never did find him." The coffee had gone cold in my cup, but my mouth was dry anyway. "You think there's a connection?" "I think this place sits on something that don't want to stay buried," Pete said. "Theodore knew it. Why else you think he built a motel out here in the middle of nowhere? Man who's running from something don't usually set up shop where he has to listen to it every night." I spent the next 2 hours walking around the property, checking under each room's raised foundation, examining the plumbing, looking for anything that might explain the voices. The crawl space was exactly as Pete had described, shallow, dry, and empty except for the occasional beetle skittering away from my flashlight beam. The earth beneath was hard-packed clay that looked like it hadn't been disturbed since the Eisenhower administration. Room 7, where the trucker had stayed, felt different somehow. Nothing I could put my finger on. The walls were the same paneled wood, the carpet the same threadbare brown, the bed the same sagging mattress that had probably been there since opening day. But the air felt heavier, like it was carrying more than its share of something. I knelt and pressed my ear to the floor, feeling foolish but needing to know. Silence. Complete and total silence that seemed to press against my eardrums like cotton. I was about to stand when I heard it, faint as a whisper, distant as a memory. A voice, thin and desperate, calling out a single word. Help! My blood went cold, but I forced myself to listen longer. The voice came again, clearer this time, and I could make out more words. Please help me! I can't find my way out. I jerked back from the floor like it was on fire and stumbled toward the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. Outside, the October sun felt weak and distant, like it was shining through gauze. Pete was waiting for me in the parking lot, his face grim. You heard them, he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, not trusting my voice. They're not under the floor, Pete said. They're under everything. This whole place, maybe this whole stretch of Route 9. Something's down there that shouldn't be, and it's been collecting voices for a long time. That night, I drove home to my small house on Elm Street and tried to forget what I'd heard. I told myself it was pipes, or wind, or the settling of old wood. I poured 3 fingers of bourbon and watched the evening news, where a smiling weatherman promised clear skies and normal temperatures. Normal. What a word that was. But I couldn't shake the memory of that voice, thin and desperate, calling for help from somewhere that didn't exist. The next morning brought another call from the state police. A guest at the Sleepy Pines had been found in room 9, sitting on the bed, catatonic. The paramedics had taken him to the county hospital, but he hadn't spoken a word. His eyes, they said, were the color of old ice, and he hadn't blinked since they'd found him. I drove back out to the motel with a growing sense of dread. Pete met me at the door of room 9, his face pale as morning mist. Found him around 6 a.m., he said. Door was unlocked, but he didn't answer when I knocked. Thought maybe he'd had a heart attack or something. The room looked normal enough. Bed rumpled, suitcase open on the dresser, toiletries scattered on the bathroom counter. But there was something else, something that made my skin crawl. Scratches in the floor, deep gouges in the wood like someone had been clawing at it with their fingernails. He'd do this? I asked, pointing at the marks. Pete shook his head. Floor was fine when he checked in yesterday. Those marks, they look like they come from underneath. I knelt and examined the scratches more closely. They formed rough patterns, almost like letters. With some effort I could make out words. Let us out, and can't breathe, and most chilling of all, so cold down here. My radio crackled to life. The hospital was calling. The catatonic guest had started speaking. Just 3 words over and over. They pulled me. They pulled me. They pulled me. I stood up slowly, my knees creaking like old hinges. The room suddenly felt smaller, as if the walls were pressing inward. The air was thick and still, carrying the faint smell of earth and something else, something sweet and rotten, like flowers left too long in a closed car. Pete, I said quietly, I need you to close this place down. Can't do that, Sheriff. This is my livelihood. I got bills to pay, same as everyone. Then at least rope off rooms 7 and 9. Don't let anyone stay in them. Pete nodded reluctantly. What about the rest? I looked around the room one more time, noting how the scratches seemed to extend under the bed, under the dresser, as if whatever had made them had been trying to claw its way up from a great depth. Let's see what happens, I said, though I had a sick feeling I already knew. Over the next week, I found myself driving past the Sleepy Pines every day, sometimes twice. I told myself it was just part of my patrol route, but the truth was I couldn't stay away. The place had gotten its hooks into me, and I needed to understand what was happening there. On Thursday, Pete called to report another incident. A woman in room 5 claimed something had grabbed her ankle while she was sleeping, trying to pull her under the bed. She checked out at 3 in the morning, leaving her luggage behind. On Saturday, a businessman in room 2 said he'd heard a child crying under his floor all night, but when he'd gotten down on his hands and knees to listen, the crying had stopped and been replaced by whispers. Dozens of voices all speaking at once, too quiet to understand but urgent, desperate. And on Monday, Pete himself had an experience that left him shaken to his core. He'd been doing maintenance in room 11, replacing a burned-out light bulb, when he'd heard tapping from underneath the floor. Slow, rhythmic tapping, like someone trying to communicate in code. He'd gotten down on his knees and tapped back, and the response had been immediate and frantic. Rapid-fire tapping that went on for nearly a minute before stopping abruptly. "It was like they were trying to tell me something," Pete said when he called. His voice was shaky, older somehow. Like they were trapped down there and desperate to get out. That night, I made a decision that I've regretted every day since. I drove to the Sleepy Pines with a crowbar and a flashlight, determined to get to the bottom of whatever was happening there. Pete met me in the parking lot, his face grave. "You sure about this, Sheriff?" "I'm not sure about anything anymore," I said. "But people are getting hurt, and I took an oath to protect them." We started with room 7, where the trucker had first heard the voice calling for Helen. I pried up the floorboards near the bed, expecting to find the shallow crawl space Pete had described. Instead, my flashlight beam disappeared into darkness that seemed to go down forever. The hole was maybe 3 feet across, perfectly round, with smooth walls that looked almost polished. The air that rose from it was cold and thick, carrying smells of earth and decay and something else, something that reminded me of the inside of a coffin. "Jesus Christ," Pete whispered. "That wasn't there yesterday. I swear to God, Sheriff, that wasn't there yesterday." I leaned over the hole and shined my light down. The beam seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, but I thought I could see something moving far below, pale shapes that might have been reaching hands. Then I heard the voices. Not one voice, but dozens. Maybe hundreds. Men, women, children, all speaking at once in a desperate chorus that rose from the depths like the sound of a congregation in hell. They were calling out names, pleading for help, describing the cold and the darkness and the terrible weight of earth above them. And underneath it all, barely audible but undeniably present, was the sound of digging. Frantic, desperate scratching and clawing, as if something was trying to tunnel its way up from unimaginable depths. I jerked back from the hole, my heart hammering. Pete was white as paper, his lips moving in what might have been a prayer. "We need to cover this up," I said. "Right now." But as I moved to replace the floorboards, the voices rose to a crescendo of desperation. "Don't leave us," they cried. "Please don't leave us down here. We've been waiting so long in the cold and the dark." And then, clear as a bell, I heard a voice I recognized. My father's voice, calling my name. My father, who had died in a car accident on Route 9 15 years earlier. "Son," the voice said, and it was definitely him. Definitely the man who had taught me to fish and throw a curveball and treat people with respect. "Son, help me. I can't find my way out. It's so cold down here, and I can't find the light." My hands shook as I held the floorboard. Every instinct screamed at me to cover the hole, to nail it shut and never come back. But that was my father's voice, and he was asking for help. "Dad?" I called down into the darkness. The other voices fell silent instantly, as if they were holding their breath. Only my father's voice remained, weaker now, fading. "The hole keeps getting deeper," he said. "Every time someone falls in, it gets deeper." Theodore knew. He tried to warn people, but nobody listened. Now we're all down here together, and the hole just keeps getting deeper. How do I help you? I asked, though part of me already knew the answer. You can't, my father's voice whispered, growing fainter with each word. But you can make sure nobody else falls in. Board it up, son. Board it up and walk away. The silence that followed was complete and absolute, as if the hole had swallowed not just the voices but the very possibility of sound. Pete and I worked quickly, nailing the floorboards back into place with shaking hands. But even with the hole covered, I could feel it there beneath us, waiting. We checked the other rooms and found holes in 5 more. All perfectly round, all descending into darkness that seemed to have no bottom. We boarded them all up, but I knew it was temporary at best. Whatever was down there was growing stronger, and the holes were getting bigger. The next morning, Pete found a guest in room 12 who had apparently spent the night trying to claw his way through the floor with his bare hands. His fingernails were gone, his fingertips raw and bloody, but he'd managed to scratch through several inches of wood before collapsing from exhaustion. He was muttering about voices calling his name, about people he loved begging him to come down and join them in the cold earth. That's when I made the call to condemn the building. I told the county inspector that the foundation was unsafe, that the whole structure was in danger of collapse. It wasn't entirely a lie. Whatever was happening beneath the sleepy pines was definitely undermining its foundation, just not in any way that would show up in an engineering report. Pete didn't fight the condemnation. He'd aged 10 years in the past week, and his hands shook constantly now, as if he was always cold. He took the insurance money and moved to Florida, but he called me a few times over the years. Always late at night, always drunk, always wanting to talk about the voices. The last time he called, maybe 6 years ago, he told me he'd been doing research. The Sleepy Pines, he said, wasn't the first building on that site. There had been a farmhouse there in the 1890s, where a family of 7 had disappeared one winter night. Before that, it had been a way station for travelers, until too many people vanished and it was abandoned. And before that, it had been an Indian burial ground, though Pete wasn't sure which tribe. It's a hungry place. He told me that last night. Always has been. Feeds on people who are lost, people who are traveling through with no one to miss them right away. Theodore Marsh thought he could contain it by building on top of it, but all he did was give it a more convenient way to feed. The building itself was demolished in 1981, but the lot has never been developed. It sits empty now, overgrown with weeds and saplings, the only sign of its past a small historical marker that mentions the farmhouse and the missing family. Sometimes teenagers park there to drink beer and fool around, but they never stay long. Something about the place makes people uncomfortable, makes them want to be anywhere else. I drive past it sometimes, usually on autumn nights when the air is crisp and the pines whisper secrets to each other in the wind. The lot looks peaceful enough in daylight, just another patch of abandoned ground slowly being reclaimed by the forest. But at night, if you know what to look for, you can see the subtle depressions in the earth where the holes used to be. And if you're very quiet, if you roll down your windows and listen carefully, you can still hear them. The voices. Faint now, muffled by decades of earth and time, but still there. Still calling out names, still pleading for help, still describing the cold and the darkness and the terrible weight of soil above them. And sometimes, on the clearest nights, I can make out my father's voice among them, weaker than it used to be but unmistakably his. He doesn't call my name anymore, though. He knows I can't help him. None of us can help them. All we can do is make sure nobody else joins them in that hungry darkness beneath the earth. The historical marker says 7 people disappeared from the farmhouse that winter night in 1892. But Pete's research suggested the real number was much higher. Dozens of people over the decades, maybe hundreds. All of them lost travelers, people passing through with no strong ties to anywhere, people who wouldn't be missed right away. People like the guests at the Sleepy Pines. I never found out what happened to the catatonic man from room 9. The hospital kept him for observation, but one morning he was simply gone. His clothes were still there, neatly folded on the bed, but he was nowhere to be found. The staff searched everywhere, but it was as if he had simply evaporated. 3 days later, Pete called to tell me he'd found a new hole in the vacant lot where room 9 used to be. Perfectly round, descending into darkness, with scratch marks around the edges as if someone had been trying to climb out. I told him to fill it in, but when I drove out there the next day, the hole was bigger. And the night after that, there were 2 holes. By the end of the week, the entire lot was pocked with round openings that seemed to exhale cold, stale air like the breath of something long dead. The county sent a crew to fill them in with concrete, but the holes appeared faster than they could be filled. Eventually, they gave up and just fenced off the area, posting signs warning people to stay away. The signs don't mention the real danger, of course. They cite unstable ground conditions and potential sinkhole activity, which is true enough as far as it goes. But they don't mention the voices that call out on quiet nights, or the way the holes seem to pulse like wounds in the earth, or the fact that anyone who gets too close starts to hear familiar voices calling their names from the darkness below. I'm retiring next month after 43 years of wearing this badge. The new sheriff is a good man, young and eager, with the same bright certainty I once had. I've been trying to figure out how to tell him about the lot on Route 9, about the voices and the holes and the hungry darkness that feeds on lost souls. But how do you explain something like that? How do you make someone understand that there are places in this world where the normal rules don't apply, where the earth itself is malevolent and patient and always hungry? Maybe I'll just give him Pete's old phone number. If he's lucky, Pete will still be alive and sober enough to tell the story properly. If not, well, the voices will teach him eventually. They teach everyone who stays in this job long enough. The important thing is that someone knows. Someone has to remember that the lot on Route 9 isn't just empty ground waiting for development. It's a wound in the world, a place where something dark and ancient still hungers for the voices of the living. And lately, driving past on my evening patrol, I've noticed something that chills me to the bone. The holes are getting bigger, and they're spreading beyond the old motel site. Last week, I found one beside the road, maybe 50 yards from where the Sleepy Pines used to stand. Tonight there were 3. Whatever's down there is getting stronger, and it's running out of patience. The voices are getting louder too, more insistent. Sometimes I think I can hear them even when I'm miles away, carried on the wind or echoing through the ground beneath my feet. And sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed, I wonder if my father was right about the hole getting deeper every time someone falls in. Because if that's true, then all those people who disappeared over the years, the farmhouse family, the missing travelers, the guests at the Sleepy Pines, they're still down there. Still conscious, still aware, still calling out for help from a darkness that has no bottom and no end. The thought keeps me awake most nights now. That, and the growing certainty that the hungry darkness beneath Route 9 isn't finished feeding. Not by a long shot. Yesterday, I got a call about a missing person. A hitchhiker, last seen walking along Route 9 toward town. Nobody's seen him since Tuesday, and his girlfriend is worried. She said he was supposed to call when he got to wherever he was going, but his phone just goes straight to voicemail. I drove out to the lot last night to look around, though I knew I wouldn't find anything. The holes were bigger than ever, and the voices were so loud I could hear them over the sound of my idling engine. They were calling out new names now, names I didn't recognize. But underneath it all, faint but unmistakable, I heard a young man's voice calling for someone named Sarah. The hitchhiker's girlfriend was named Sarah. I sat in my patrol car for maybe an hour, listening to the voices and watching the holes in the earth pulse like wounds in the darkness. And I realized that Pete was right about one thing. This place has always been hungry, and it always will be. The only question is how many more voices it will collect before someone figures out how to stop it. Or if it can be stopped at all. The new sheriff starts next Monday. I've left him a file with everything I know about the lot on Route 9, though I doubt he'll believe it until he hears the voices himself. They all do, eventually. This job has a way of wearing down your certainty about what's possible and what isn't. In the meantime, I've had the county put up better barriers around the lot. Not that they'll do much good. The holes appear faster than we can fill them, and the voices grow stronger every night. But maybe it will buy us some time to figure out a more permanent solution, if there is one. As for me, I'm planning to move somewhere far from Route 9, somewhere the voices can't reach. Maybe Colorado, where the mountains are solid and ancient, and the earth doesn't pulse with hungry malevolence. Maybe Florida, where Pete went, though judging by his phone calls over the years, distance doesn't always help. The voices follow you, you see. Once you've heard them, really heard them, they never entirely leave you alone. They whisper in the quiet moments between sleeping and waking, they call your name in the wind, they remind you that somewhere beneath the earth, in darkness that has no end, people you've known and people you've never met are waiting for you to join them. And someday, whether it's tomorrow or 20 years from now, I probably will. We all end up in the ground eventually. The only question is whether we go quietly, in our own time, or whether we're pulled down by voices that promise the cold earth is warmer than the loneliness of the living world. But not tonight. Tonight, I'm going home to my small house on Elm Street, and I'm going to pour 3 fingers of bourbon and watch the evening news, where smiling people will tell me about normal things happening to normal people in a normal world. And I'm going to pretend, for a few hours at least, that the voices calling from beneath Route 9 are just the wind in the pines. Even though I know better. Even though I can hear them right now, faint and desperate and patient as the grave itself, calling out names in the darkness, and waiting for someone to answer. Waiting for someone to come down and join them in the hungry earth where the last guest who asked about the voices checked out without his skin, and where Theodore Marsh learned too late that some ground is too hungry to build on. The voices are calling. They're always calling. And sooner or later, we all answer. They say she only sings when the wind dies. And last night, the air was dead silent. I've been sheriff of this county for 37 years come October, and in all that time, I've learned to pay attention when the old-timers start whispering. When their voices drop to that particular register, not quite a whisper, but something careful and hollow, you know they're talking about things that don't belong in daylight conversations. The Hartwell place sits about 4 miles east of town, where County Road 47 takes that long curve past what used to be the Miller Dairy. The house has been empty since 1987, when old Edgar Hartwell took that final walk into his cornfield with his shotgun. Never did find all of him, just pieces here and there among the stalks. The corn grew especially tall that year, folks said. Taller than anyone remembered. But Edgar's been gone 38 years now, and the corn still grows. Wild and untended, it spreads across those 40 acres like a green ocean, thick and impenetrable. The county tried to clear it once, back in '92. Sent out a crew with bush hogs and cutting equipment. They worked 3 days before the foreman called it quits. Said the corn grew back faster than they could cut it down. Said it wasn't natural, the way the stalks twisted and turned, like they were reaching for something. I never paid much attention to the stories until 3 weeks ago, when Mrs. Carmichael came into my office with her hands shaking so bad she could barely hold her coffee cup. "Sheriff," she said, her voice thin as paper. "I heard it again last night. Now, Martha Carmichael lives in the old Victorian on Elm Street, the one with the wraparound porch and the shutters that need painting. She's been a widow for 15 years, keeps to herself mostly, tends her garden and feeds the stray cats that wander through town. Not the type to imagine things or seek attention." "Heard what, Mrs. Carmichael?" She set down her cup with trembling fingers. "The singing. From the Hartwell place." I'd heard whispers about the singing before. Fragments of conversations that stopped when I walked into Mel's diner, nervous glances exchanged at town meetings. But this was the first time someone had come forward directly. "Tell me about it," I said. She closed her eyes, like she was trying to push the memory away. "It's beautiful, Sheriff. That's the terrible part. It's the most beautiful sound you ever heard. Like an angel, if angels could sound lonely." The coffee in my cup had gone cold. Outside, the morning sun slanted through the Venetian blinds, casting bars of light across my desk. Normal things. Safe things. "When did you first hear it?" "About a month ago. I was having trouble sleeping. You know how it is when you get to be my age. So I was sitting by my bedroom window, just looking out at the night. The air was still, not even a breath of wind. And then..." She paused, pressing her lips together. "It started soft, like someone humming a lullaby. But then it got stronger, clearer. A woman's voice, singing words I couldn't quite make out. Could you tell where it was coming from?" "Oh, yes." Her eyes opened, and there was something haunted in them. "From the corn. Right from the middle of the Hartwell place." I made some notes, asked a few more questions, but Martha didn't have much more to tell. She'd heard the singing 3 more times since then, always on nights when the wind died completely. Always from the same direction. After she left, I sat in my office and tried to make sense of it. Could have been kids pulling a prank, though that seemed unlikely given the location. The Hartwell place wasn't easy to get to, especially at night. Could have been someone's radio or television carrying on the still air, though Martha swore the voice was coming from outdoors. Or it could have been something else entirely. I decided to drive out there that afternoon, just to have a look around. The day was hot and humid, the kind that makes your shirt stick to your back and turns the air thick as soup. I took the patrol car down County Road 47, past the abandoned gas station with its rusted pumps and broken windows, past the old cemetery where the headstones lean at odd angles like broken teeth. The Hartwell place came into view around the bend, and I pulled over to the side of the road. The house sat back about 100 yards from the asphalt, connected by a gravel drive that was more weeds than stone now. The building itself looked tired, sagging roof, peeling paint, windows dark as empty eye sockets. But it was the cornfield that caught my attention. The corn stood at least 8 feet tall, maybe more. The stalks were thick as a man's wrist and packed so dense you couldn't see more than a foot or 2 into the field. They swayed slightly in what little breeze there was, creating a sound like rustling paper. Or like whispers. I got out of the car and walked to the edge of the field. Up close, the corn looked wrong somehow. The ears were too large, the kernels an odd shade of yellow that seemed to shift and change in the light. The leaves had a waxy quality, like they'd been polished. And there was a smell, sweet and cloying, like overripe fruit or flowers left too long in a vase. I tried to push into the field, but the stalks were packed too tight. It would have taken a machete to make any real progress. So I walked the perimeter instead, looking for any sign of disturbance, any path or clearing where someone might have entered. That's when I found the first shoe. It was a child's sneaker, small and worn, caught in the corn stalks about 10 feet from the road. The laces were still tied, as if it had been pulled right off a foot. I photographed it where it lay, then bagged it as evidence, though evidence of what I couldn't say. I continued around the field, and found more items scattered along the edges. A woman's earring, silver and tarnished. A man's wallet, empty of cash and cards but containing a driver's license for someone named Robert Chin. The license was dated 1998 and listed an address in Portland, Oregon, over 2,000 miles away. By the time I finished circling the field, I had collected 11 items total. Shoes, jewelry, a child's toy dinosaur, a pair of reading glasses. All of them looked like they'd been out in the weather for months, maybe years. But the thing that bothered me most was how they were positioned, not dropped or scattered randomly, but placed carefully at the very edge of the corn, like offerings. Or like warnings. That evening, I called my deputy, Jake Morrison, into the office. Jake's been with the department for 8 years, steady and reliable, though he's still young enough to think every mystery has a logical explanation. I want you to research missing persons reports, I told him. Start with the Tri-County area, go back 5 years. Look for anyone who might have disappeared near the Hartwell place. Jake nodded, making notes. What exactly are we looking for, Sheriff? I showed him the evidence bags lined up on my desk. People who might have owned these items. It took Jake 3 days to compile the report, and when he handed it to me, his face was pale. Sheriff, he said, we've got a problem. The list contained 17 names. 17 people who had gone missing in our county and the 2 adjacent ones over the past 5 years. Hikers, mostly, and a few tourists who'd been driving through. The kind of disappearances that get filed away as people who probably just moved on to somewhere else, started new lives. But Jake had done more than just compile the list. He'd cross-referenced the missing persons with the items I'd found, and he'd gotten matches on 8 of them. The wallet belonged to Robert Chin, who disappeared while driving cross-country in 1999. The earring matched the description of jewelry worn by Susan Martinez, who'd vanished during a hiking trip in 2003. The child's shoe belonged to a 6-year-old named Tommy Brennan, who'd disappeared from a family camping trip in 2007. There's something else, Jake said. I called some of the other counties, asked if they'd had similar disappearances. Turns out there's been missing persons reports all along this part of the state, going back decades. Always the same pattern. People disappear near cornfields, usually on calm nights when the wind isn't blowing. I stared at the list, feeling something cold settle in my stomach. How far back? I found reports going back to 1952. Maybe earlier, but records get sketchy before then. That night, I drove back to the Hartwell place. I told myself I was just doing my job, investigating a potential crime scene. But the truth was, I needed to hear it for myself. The singing that Martha Carmichael had described. I parked about a quarter-mile down the road and walked back, carrying a small flashlight and my service weapon. The night was warm and still, not even the whisper of a breeze. The kind of night when sounds carry for miles, when you can hear a door slam 3 farms over. I positioned myself at the edge of the cornfield, where I'd found the first shoe, and settled in to wait. The corn stood silent and motionless around me, like a green wall rising into the darkness. Somewhere in the distance, a night bird called once and fell silent. I waited 2 hours. My back was starting to ache from sitting on the hard ground, and I was beginning to think Martha's singing had been nothing more than her imagination playing tricks in the dark. Then, sometime around 11:30, the night changed. It started with the absence of sound. The insects stopped chirping. The night bird fell silent. Even the usual rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush ceased completely. It was as if the world was holding its breath. And then I heard it. At first, it was so soft I wasn't sure it was real. A voice, distant and ethereal, drifting from somewhere deep within the cornfield. A woman's voice, just as Martha had described, singing words I couldn't quite make out. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, the kind of sound that reaches into your chest and wraps around your heart. I stood up, drawn by the music despite every instinct telling me to get back in my car and drive away. The voice seemed to be moving, flowing deeper into the corn, and I found myself taking a step forward, then another. The corn parted before me like a curtain. I'm not talking about pushing through or finding a path. The stalks simply moved aside, bending away from me with a soft rustling sound, creating a corridor just wide enough for me to walk through. Behind me, I could hear them closing again, cutting off my retreat. The singing grew louder as I walked deeper into the field. The voice was definitely female, mature but not old, with a quality that spoke of endless sadness and longing. She was singing about loss, about searching, about waiting for someone who would never come home. Though I still couldn't make out the exact words, the meaning was clear in every note. The path led me deeper into the corn, twisting and turning like a maze. I tried to keep track of the directions, but after several minutes I realized I was hopelessly lost. The corn rose around me like walls, blocking out the stars and most of the moonlight. The only illumination came from my flashlight, which seemed to grow dimmer with each step. Then, suddenly, the path opened into a circular clearing about 20 feet across. The corn formed perfect walls around the space, rising into the darkness like the sides of a natural amphitheater. In the center of the clearing stood a woman. She was young, maybe 25, with long dark hair that seemed to move in a breeze I couldn't feel. She wore a simple white dress that looked like it belonged to another era, maybe the 1950s, with its full skirt and fitted bodice. Her feet were bare, and she was turned away from me, facing the far side of the clearing. The singing was coming from her, though her lips barely seemed to move. The sound emanated from her entire being, as if she were a living instrument. And the song was the most beautiful and terrible thing I'd ever heard. It spoke of love lost, of promises broken, of waiting through endless nights for someone who would never return. I took a step closer, my boots crunching on what I now realized were not fallen corn husks, but bones. Human bones scattered across the clearing like pale flowers. Ribs and femurs, skulls grinning up at the starless sky. Some looked fresh, while others had been weathered by years of exposure. The woman stopped singing. She turned to face me, and I saw that she had no eyes. Just empty sockets, dark and hollow, weeping streams of what looked like black water down her cheeks. Her mouth opened, and when she spoke, her voice was like wind through dead leaves. "Are you looking for someone, Sheriff?" I tried to speak, but my throat had closed up. The flashlight shook in my hand, its beam dancing across the bones at my feet. "They all were," she continued, taking a step toward me. The bones crunched under her bare feet. "Looking for someone. A lost love, a missing child, a parent who never came home. I sing their song, and they follow, thinking they'll find what they've lost." Another step closer. I could see now that her white dress was stained with dark patches that might have been blood or might have been soil. "But there's nothing to find here, Sheriff. Nothing but the hunger and the waiting. The endless waiting." I finally found my voice. "Who are you?" She smiled, and her teeth were like corn kernels, yellow and hard. "I'm everyone who was left behind. Everyone who waited by the window, listening for footsteps that never came. Everyone who sang lullabies to empty cradles, who set two places at a table for one." The clearing began to shrink around us, the corn walls closing in. Or maybe I was sinking into the bone-littered ground. It was hard to tell. "I collect them," she whispered, so close now I could smell the sweet corruption on her breath. The lonely ones, the searching ones. They hear my song and think it's meant for them. They think if they follow it, they'll find what they're looking for. The bones beneath my feet were definitely sinking now, pulling me down into the earth. I tried to move, to run, but my legs felt like they were made of stone. And do they? I managed to ask. Do they find it? Her laugh was like corn silk in the wind. Oh yes, Sheriff. They find exactly what they're looking for. They find someone who will never leave them. Someone who will sing to them forever, in the darkness under the corn. The ground opened beneath me, and I fell into a space filled with whispers and the rustling of 1,000 voices singing wordless songs. I hit the bottom hard, my flashlight flying from my hand and going out. But I wasn't alone in the darkness. I could feel them around me, the 17 missing persons, the decades of searchers who had followed the song into the corn. They pressed close, their voices joining the woman's in a harmony of loss and longing. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Or maybe it did, and it simply joined the eternal chorus. I don't remember how I got out of that place. When I came to, I was lying beside my patrol car on County Road 47, covered in dirt and corn pollen. The sun was rising, painting the sky the color of fresh blood, and the Hartwell place looked exactly as it had before. Empty house, wild corn, nothing unusual at all. But I knew what I'd seen, what I'd experienced. I never filed a report about that night. How could I? Who would believe such a story? Instead, I had the road department put up barriers at both ends of the stretch that passed the Hartwell place, claiming concerns about unstable pavement. I convinced the county to post warning signs, to reroute traffic around that area. It's been 3 weeks since then, and the barriers are holding. No one has gone missing from our county since that night. But I know it's only a temporary solution. The hunger in that cornfield, the loneliness that feeds on loneliness, it won't be contained forever. Sometimes, on very still nights when the wind dies completely, I can hear her singing from my house 12 miles away. A song of loss and longing, of endless waiting in the darkness. And I know that somewhere, someone else is hearing it too. Someone who is missing something, or someone, so desperately that they'll follow any promise of reunion, no matter where it leads. The corn still grows wild on the Hartwell place. Taller every year, some say. And the old-timers in town, they've started whispering again. About sounds in the night, about voices calling from empty fields. They say she only sings when the wind dies. And lately, the air has been very, very still. I keep thinking about what she told me, about collecting the lonely ones, the searching ones. About how they find exactly what they're looking for. Someone who will never leave them. Someone who will sing to them forever in the darkness under the corn. The thing that haunts me most isn't the horror of it all. It's the possibility that she was telling the truth. That somewhere beneath that field, in chambers carved from earth and root, 17 souls have found the companionship they were seeking. That their search is finally over. And sometimes, in the deep of night when sleep won't come, I wonder if that would really be such a terrible thing. But then morning comes, and I remember the bones scattered across that clearing like fallen stars. I remember the hunger in her voice, the endless appetite for more company, more voices to join the chorus. And I know that whatever waits beneath the Hartwell corn, it isn't salvation. It's just another kind of loneliness, dressed up in promises and served with a beautiful song. The county supervisors have been asking questions about the road closure. They want to know when the repairs will be finished, when they can remove the barriers. I keep giving them bureaucratic answers, buying time, but I know I can't hold them off forever. Maybe I should tell them the truth. Maybe I should risk my badge, my reputation, everything, and try to make them understand what lurks in that field. But I've seen their faces when the old-timers start talking about the singing. I know what they think about small-town superstitions and old men's fears. They won't believe me until it's too late. Until someone else hears the song and follows it into the corn, adding their voice to that eternal chorus of the lost and lonely. So I wait, and I listen, and I hope the barriers hold just a little longer. Because I know she's still there, still singing her beautiful, terrible song to the darkness. Still collecting the searching ones, the missing ones, the ones who love so hard and hurt so deep that they'll follow any voice that promises reunion. And on nights when the wind dies and the air grows still as death itself, I can hear her calling. Not to me, not yet. But my time will come. Everyone's does, eventually. Everyone has someone they've lost, someone they'd follow into the dark if there was even the smallest chance of finding them again. The corn knows this. The singer knows this. And she can wait as long as it takes. They say she only sings when the wind dies. And last night, the air was dead silent. I crossed it at dusk. Came back at dawn, and no one in town recognized me. That was 37 years ago, and I still wake up some mornings wondering if I ever really came back at all. Or if what came back was something else wearing my face, my memories, my badge. The mirror doesn't lie, but it doesn't tell the whole truth either. Sometimes I catch myself in its reflection, and there's a moment, just a heartbeat, where I don't recognize the man staring back. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You want to know about the bridge, about what happened in Millbrook Falls that autumn when the leaves turned the color of dried blood and stayed that way too long. When the river ran backward for 3 days straight, and the fish floated belly up in patterns that looked almost like writing in a language nobody could read. I'd been sheriff for going on 15 years by then. Seen my share of strange things in a town like ours. Millbrook Falls sits in a valley where the morning mist never quite burns off, where the tree-line seems to shift when you're not looking directly at it, where every old-timer has a story they'll only tell after their third whiskey and never the same way twice. But this was different. This was the kind of strange that changes a man from the inside out, rewrites him like a book with pages torn out and reordered. It started with the Henderson boy going missing. Tommy Henderson, 16 years old, good student, never gave his parents trouble. The kind of kid who helped elderly neighbors with their groceries and said yes sir, and no ma'am, without being prompted. He'd gone fishing down by Willow Creek on a Tuesday evening in October, and never came home. His tackle box was found on the bank, lid open, lures scattered in the mud like someone had dropped it in a hurry. His father came to see me the next morning, had in his hands, worry lines carved deep around his eyes. Said Tommy knew those woods better than anybody, knew every path and creek bed. Wasn't like him to get lost, wasn't like him to run off without a word. I organized a search party that same day, 23 volunteers combing every inch of forest between the creek and the old logging road. We found nothing. Not a footprint, not a scrap of clothing, not even a broken branch to suggest he'd passed that way. The search went on for a week. State police brought in dogs. Volunteers from neighboring towns joined the effort. Still nothing. Tommy Henderson had simply vanished, like he'd never existed at all except for that tackle box and the empty space at his family's dinner table. Then Sarah Vance disappeared. Sarah was 19, worked at the diner on Main Street, had plans to leave for college in the spring. She'd been walking home from her shift on a Thursday night, same route she'd taken every day for 2 years. Her purse was found the next morning at the edge of Founders Park, contents undisturbed, $23 still in the wallet. No signs of a struggle. No witnesses. Just another empty space where a person used to be. That's when the talk started. Whispered conversations in the post office, hushed voices over coffee at Mabel's diner, worried glances exchanged at Sunday service. People began remembering stories they'd half forgotten, tales their grandparents used to tell about the old days, about things that happened in the valley before the town was properly settled. Mrs. Carmichael, who ran the library and kept the unofficial history of Millbrook Falls in her head like a filing cabinet, came to see me on a gray Friday morning. She was 84 years old, sharp as a tack, and scared in a way I'd never seen her before. She sat across from my desk, her arthritic hands folded carefully in her lap, and told me about the bridge. "There used to be talk," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "about a crossing that wasn't always there. My grandmother told me, and her grandmother told her. Said it appeared on certain nights, when conditions were just right. A bridge over the Kettle River, about 2 miles downstream from the falls. Made of stone, older than anything else in the valley. Older than the town, older than the first settlers, maybe older than the trees themselves." I leaned back in my chair, trying to process what she was telling me. The Kettle River was 30 feet across at its narrowest point, 40 feet deep in places, with a current strong enough to carry a man downstream before he could swim to shore. No bridge had ever been built across it. The terrain was too unstable, the bedrock too soft. "Mrs. Carmichael," I said gently, "there's no bridge on the Kettle River. Never has been." She fixed me with those pale blue eyes that had seen 8 decades of life in this valley. "Not always," she repeated. "That's what made it special. That's what made it dangerous. The old-timers called it the crossing. Said it appeared when someone needed to get to the other side bad enough, when they had something to leave behind or something to find. But crossing it changed things. Changed people." She reached into her purse and pulled out a small, leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age. "This belonged to my great-great-grandmother, Eleanor Whitmore. She kept a record of everything that happened in the valley from 1847 to 1891. Look at this entry, dated October 15, 1873. I took the journal carefully, squinting at the faded ink and careful cursive script. The entry was brief. "The crossing appeared again last night. John Whitmore crossed over at dusk, came back at dawn. He looks the same, talks the same, knows all the same things. But something's different. Something in his eyes. The children won't go near him anymore. The dog won't stop barking when he's in the room. I fear we've lost our John, and something else has taken his place." The words sent a chill down my spine, but I kept my expression neutral. "Mrs. Carmichael, this is just an old story. People back then. Read the next entry," she interrupted. I turned the page. The writing was shakier now, less confident. "John is gone. Left in the night without a word, without taking anything. Found a note on his pillow this morning. All it said was, 'I don't belong here anymore.' The children say they saw him walking toward the river, but when I looked, there was no bridge. There's never a bridge when you go looking for it." I closed the journal and handed it back to her. My rational mind rejected what I was reading, but there was something about the specificity of the details, the matter-of-fact way they were recorded, that made me uncomfortable. "There are other entries," Mrs. Carmichael continued. 17 more instances over the years. People crossing over, coming back changed, then disappearing for good. Always the same pattern. Always the same ending." I walked her to the door, promised to look into it, used all the standard phrases meant to reassure without committing to anything. But after she left, I sat at my desk for a long time, staring at the files on Tommy Henderson and Sarah Vance, thinking about bridges that weren't always there and people who came back wrong. That evening, I drove out to the Kettle River. The old logging road ended about a quarter-mile from the water, deteriorating into an overgrown trail that wound through stands of pine and birch. I'd walked this path before during the searches, But never alone, never at dusk when the shadows grew long and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The river was running high from recent rains, dark water moving fast over smooth stones worn down by centuries of current. I stood on the bank, listening to the sound of water over rock, the distant call of a loon, the whisper of wind through dying leaves. Nothing else. No bridge, no sign that one had ever existed. I was about to head back to the car when I heard something that made me stop. Music. Faint and distant, but definitely music. Something that sounded like a fiddle, playing a melody I almost recognized but couldn't quite place. It seemed to be coming from across the river, from the thick woods on the far side. I walked upstream, following the sound, until I reached a bend where the river curved east toward the mountains. The music was clearer here, accompanied by what might have been laughter or singing. Lights flickered between the trees on the opposite bank, not electric lights, but the warm, dancing glow of lanterns or torches. My hand moved instinctively to the flashlight on my belt, but something made me hesitate. The rational part of my brain said it was probably just campers, maybe some local kids having a party in the woods. But another part, a deeper part that had been listening to Mrs. Carmichael's story all day, knew it was something else entirely. I stood there for maybe 20 minutes, watching the lights dance and listening to the music that seemed to come from another time, another world. Then, gradually, both began to fade. The last notes of the fiddle hung in the air for a moment before being swallowed by the sound of rushing water. I made my way back to the car in full darkness, using my flashlight to navigate the trail. The forest felt different now, not hostile, exactly, but aware. Like it was watching me, measuring me, deciding whether I belong. The next morning, I found myself thinking about the river constantly. I went through the motions of my job, paperwork, patrol, following up on leads that led nowhere, but part of my mind kept drifting back to those distant lights, that impossible music. I found myself driving past the logging road on my way home, slowing down, sometimes stopping for a few minutes to stare into the trees. 3 days passed. Then, on Monday evening, everything changed. I was in my office, finishing up reports, when Deputy Martinez knocked on my door. He looked pale, shaken, like he'd seen something that didn't quite fit into his understanding of how the world worked. "Sheriff," he said, his voice carefully controlled, "I think you need to come take a look at something." We drove out to the river in silence, Martinez gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary. He parked at the end of the logging road and led me down the trail without saying a word. The sun was setting, painting the sky deep orange and purple, and the air had that crisp bite that meant winter wasn't far away. We reached the bend in the river just as the last light was fading from the sky. And there it was. The bridge stretched across the Kettle River like it had always been there, like it was the most natural thing in the world. It was made of gray stone blocks fitted together without mortar, each one carved with symbols that might have been letters in some forgotten alphabet. The structure was maybe 8 feet wide, with low walls on either side topped by iron railings that looked like they'd been forged by hand. Lanterns hung from posts at regular intervals, casting pools of warm light that reflected off the dark water below. "How long has it been here?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "It wasn't here an hour ago," Martinez said. "I drove past on patrol, looked right at this spot. Nothing. Then I came back after getting that call about the noise complaint on Cedar Street, and there it was." I walked closer to the bridge, my footsteps loud on the rocky shore. The structure looked ancient, weathered by centuries of rain and snow and summer heat. Moss grew in the cracks between stones, and the iron railings were spotted with rust. But there was something else about it, something that made my skin crawl. It looked solid, permanent, like it had been there forever. But it also looked wrong, like it didn't belong in this time, this place, this reality. The music started again as I approached, that same fiddle melody, joined now by other instruments I couldn't identify. Laughter drifted across the water, and I could see lights moving through the trees on the far side. It looked like a celebration, a festival, a gathering of people who had nothing better to do than make music and dance under the stars. "You hear that?" I asked Martinez. He tilted his head, listening. "Hear what?" I stared at him. The music was clear as day, the laughter bright and infectious. But the expression on his face told me he wasn't hearing any of it. "Nothing," I said. "Just the river." We stood there for another few minutes, watching the bridge that shouldn't exist, listening to music that apparently only I could hear. Then Martinez cleared his throat. "What do you want to do, Sheriff?" What I wanted to do was run. Get back in the car, drive to the state police barracks, and hand this whole mess over to someone with more authority and fewer questions. But Tommy Henderson was still missing. Sarah Vance was still missing. And this bridge, impossible as it was, might be connected to their disappearances. "We wait," I said. "Watch and see what happens." We took shifts over the next 3 days. The bridge remained, solid and undeniable, but nobody else came looking for it. People in town went about their business, drove past the logging road without stopping, lived their lives as if nothing had changed. It was like the bridge existed in a pocket of reality that only certain people could see, could access. I started researching, digging through old newspaper archives, town records, genealogical databases. The pattern Mrs. Carmichael had described held true going back generations. Every 15 to 20 years, someone would disappear near the river. Always 1 or 2 people, never more. Always during the autumn months. Always without a trace. But I also found other records. Stories from neighboring towns about people who'd appeared suddenly, claiming to be from Millbrook Falls but not matching any description of anyone who'd ever lived there. Strangers who knew intimate details about the town's history but couldn't explain how they'd acquired that knowledge. People who looked human but felt wrong in ways that couldn't be quantified or explained. On Thursday night, I made a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I went to the bridge alone. It was just past dusk when I parked at the end of the logging road. The air was still, almost oppressively quiet, like the forest was holding its breath. I walked the trail slowly, my flashlight cutting through shadows that seemed deeper than they should be. The bridge was there, waiting, its lanterns casting that warm, inviting glow across the dark water. The music was louder tonight, more complex. I could hear singing now, voices raised in harmony around melodies that sounded like half-remembered lullabies from childhood. The lights on the far side moved in patterns that might have been dancing, and I caught glimpses of figures between the trees, people in clothes that looked like they belonged to another century, another world. I stood at the foot of the bridge for a long time, listening to that impossible music, watching those impossible lights, trying to work up the courage to take the first step. Because I knew, with a certainty that defied rational explanation, that crossing this bridge would change everything. That whatever was on the other side, whatever had taken Tommy Henderson and Sarah Vance, it was waiting for me too. But I also knew I couldn't turn back. Not with 2 people missing, not with their families looking to me for answers, not with the weight of the badge on my chest and the oath I'd taken to protect and serve. Sometimes being a sheriff means walking into situations you don't understand, facing dangers you can't quantify, making choices that might damn you in the service of others. I took the first step onto the bridge. The stone was solid under my feet, real as anything I'd ever touched. The music grew louder as I walked, and I could see the celebration more clearly now. Dozens of people in period dress, dancing around fires that cast no smoke, playing instruments that gleamed like they were made of silver and starlight. They looked happy, joyful, lost in the pure pleasure of music and movement and community. I was halfway across when I realized they were all looking at me. The music didn't stop, the dancing didn't cease, but every face had turned in my direction. They were smiling, welcoming, beckoning me forward with gestures that seemed genuinely warm and inviting. I could see their faces clearly now, and they looked human enough, men and women of various ages, dressed in clothes that might have been fashionable a century or more ago. But there was something about their eyes, something that made me slow my steps and rest my hand on the grip of my service weapon. Their eyes were the wrong color. Not just unusual, wrong. Colors that didn't exist in nature, hues that had no names, shades that hurt to look at directly. And they all had the same eyes, every single one of them, like they were looking at me through the same pair of borrowed windows. I stopped walking. The music stopped too, so suddenly that the silence was like a physical blow. The dancers froze mid-step, their smiles never wavering but somehow becoming more predatory, more hungry. And in that silence, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Laughter. Tommy Henderson's laughter, coming from somewhere in the crowd of impossible people. And beneath it, Sarah Vance's voice, calling my name with an affection that sounded genuine and terrifying at the same time. I wanted to run. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around, get off this bridge, get back to the real world where physics made sense and people stayed properly dead or alive. But I also wanted to keep walking, to join that celebration, to lose myself in music that promised to wash away every hurt and worry and responsibility I'd ever carried. The choice was taken away from me when I saw movement in my peripheral vision. Someone was walking onto the bridge from the other end, not one of the celebrants, but a figure I recognized. A figure that wore my face, my clothes, my badge. We approached each other slowly, like gunfighters in an old western. Up close, the resemblance was perfect. Same height, same build, same scars and lines and imperfections. But the eyes were wrong, just like the others. That impossible color that seemed to shift and change as I watched. "You should go back," it said in my voice. "This isn't your place." "Where are Tommy and Sarah?" I asked. It smiled with my face, and the expression was both familiar and alien. "They're happy. They're home. They're where they belong now." "And where's that?" It gestured toward the celebration, which had resumed now that our confrontation was underway. I could see new faces in the crowd, Tommy Henderson and Sarah Vance, dancing with the others, their eyes the same impossible color, their smiles the same predatory welcome. "Somewhere better," it said. "Somewhere they can be who they really are instead of pretending to be human." That's when I understood. This wasn't about kidnapping or murder or any conventional crime. This was about replacement. About things that looked human but weren't, things that crossed over from whatever realm they inhabited to take the place of people who disappeared. And they'd been doing it for generations, slowly infiltrating the town, building their own community in the space between worlds. "How many?" I asked. "How many what? How many people in Millbrook Falls aren't really people anymore?" It considered the question, head tilted like it was doing calculations. "Does it matter? They're all better versions of themselves now. Happier. More complete. Isn't that what everyone wants?" I thought about Mrs. Carmichael, about the journal entries describing people who came back wrong, about the pattern of disappearances and replacements stretching back over a century. How many of my neighbors, my friends, my fellow citizens were really these things wearing human faces? "You can join them," my doppelganger continued. "Cross over, become who you're meant to be. Or you can go back, and I'll take your place. Either way, things continue as they should." The music was starting again, softer now, more seductive. The dancers were calling to me, their voices blending in harmonies that promised peace and belonging and an end to all the loneliness and responsibility that came with being human in a world that didn't make sense. I stood there on that impossible bridge, caught between two versions of existence, trying to decide which one was real and which one was right. The celebration looked like paradise, a place where pain and doubt and fear were just distant memories. The other me looked patient, understanding, like it genuinely wanted to help me make the right choice. But I thought about Martinez waiting back at the station, about the Henderson family still hoping for news of their son, about the weight of the badge that meant I'd sworn to protect people even when they didn't know they needed protecting. I thought about all the small, imperfect, thoroughly human moments that made life worth living: morning coffee, Sunday dinners, the satisfaction of helping someone in need, the simple pleasure of a job well done. I made my choice. I drew my weapon and shot the thing wearing my face. It didn't fall, didn't bleed, didn't even look surprised. It just smiled wider, showing teeth that were too sharp, too white, too many. "That won't work here," it said kindly. "This isn't your world. Your rules don't apply." But I wasn't trying to kill it. I was buying time, creating a distraction, making noise. Because I noticed something while we were talking. The bridge was solid, real, immutable. But the railings were iron, old iron, and there were symbols carved into every stone. This wasn't just a crossing. It was a trap, a carefully constructed lure designed to catch people who were looking for something better. I ran. Not toward either end of the bridge, but straight toward the railing. I vaulted over it without thinking, without planning, without considering what might happen when I hit the dark water 40 feet below. I just knew I had to get off that bridge, had to break whatever spell or enchantment or quantum entanglement was holding me there. The fall lasted forever and no time at all. The water was shockingly cold, and the current immediately grabbed me and pulled me downstream. I fought to stay afloat, to keep my head above water, to reach the shore before the river carried me away completely. The last thing I saw before the current swept me around a bend was the celebration on the far bank, the dancers raising their hands in what might have been farewell or benediction. I washed up on a sandbar about 2 miles downstream, half drowned and shivering but alive. It was dawn by the time I made it back to my car, and full daylight by the time I reached town. I drove straight to the station, intending to file a report, to call in the state police, to tell someone in authority about what I'd seen. But when I walked into the station, Martinez looked at me like he'd never seen me before in his life. "Can I help you?" he asked politely. I stared at him. "Martinez, it's me. Sheriff Coleman." He frowned, genuinely confused. "I'm sorry, sir, but I don't know who you are. Are you looking for Sheriff Coleman?" "He's not in yet, but I can take a message." That's when I understood. I'd crossed the bridge and come back, but I wasn't the same person who'd crossed it. Or maybe I was, but the world had changed around me. Maybe by jumping off the bridge, by refusing to make the choice they'd offered me, I'd stepped sideways into a reality where I didn't belong. I left the station without saying another word. Walked around town, looking for someone who might recognize me, someone who might remember Sheriff Coleman. But every face was unfamiliar, every street slightly different from how I remembered it. The hardware store was on the wrong corner. The diner had a different name. The church was painted blue instead of white. I'd come back to Millbrook Falls, but it wasn't my Millbrook Falls. It was some other version, some parallel possibility where my life had taken different turns, where I'd made different choices, where maybe I'd never become sheriff at all. That was 37 years ago. I've been drifting ever since, moving from town to town, job to job, trying to find my way back to the world I belong in. Sometimes I get close. I'll see a familiar face, hear a voice that seems to recognize mine, catch a glimpse of something that matches my memories. But it never lasts. I'm always a stranger, always slightly out of place, always looking for a home that might not exist anymore. I still carry the badge. Can't bring myself to throw it away, even though it's meaningless now, even though no one recognizes the authority it once represented. It's the only proof I have that I used to be someone, that I used to belong somewhere, that I once had a purpose beyond wandering and searching and remembering. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the moon is dark and the air is still, I can hear that music again. Fiddles and voices and laughter drifting on the wind, calling me back to the bridge that might still be there, waiting for another chance to complete whatever transaction we started. The celebration continues, I think. The dancers keep dancing, the musicians keep playing, and somewhere in that impossible crowd, my doppelganger wears my face and lives my life in a world where everything makes sense except for the color of its eyes. I never went back to look for the bridge. Part of me is afraid it wouldn't be there, that I'd lost my only chance to undo what I'd done. But most of me is afraid it would be there, waiting, offering me the same choice again. And I don't know, after all these years of wandering, after all this time being nobody from nowhere, whether I'd have the strength to refuse it twice. There are other bridges, in other towns, on other rivers. I've heard whispers, caught fragments of stories that sound familiar. The phenomenon isn't unique to Millbrook Falls, apparently. It's been happening for centuries, all over the world, wherever the barrier between realities wears thin enough for things to slip through. Sometimes I think about tracking them down, finding another crossing, rolling the dice one more time on the chance that I might end up somewhere that feels like home. But I never do. Because deep down, I know the truth that Mrs. Carmichael's great-great-grandmother figured out a century ago. The bridges don't take you where you want to go. They take you where you belong. And maybe, after everything I've seen and done and failed to do, this is where I belong, caught between worlds, carrying the weight of choices I can't unmake, serving as a witness to impossibilities that no one else will ever believe. The badge is tarnished now, worn smooth by years of handling. But it still catches the light sometimes, still reminds me of who I used to be, still whispers promises about justice and protection and making things right. I keep it polished, keep it ready, just in case. Just in case I find my way home. Just in case the bridge appears one more time. Just in case I get another chance to make the choice that matters. Until then, I keep moving, keep watching, keep listening for music that might be calling me back to a world where I'm not a stranger, where my face is my own, where the reflection in the mirror belongs to someone who knows his own name. I crossed it at dusk, came back at dawn, and I'm still trying to figure out what came back with me.